Hello there everybody, welcome back to my YouTube channel. My name is Kris, this is Wizard Way, and it's time for another Silmarillion Saturday. So we are going to be reading chapters 17 and 18 today. I will also be taking questions from chat throughout, and eventually be editing this down so that it's much more consumable for you guys on the replay. But, yes, so chapter 17 is of the coming of men into the west, and chapter 18 is of the ruin of Beleriand, where we cover the death of Fingolfin. So, there's going to be a lot of action today. There are also several illustrations, so first thing I want to do is hit the illustrations that we missed last week. So, we did chapters 15 and 16 of last week. Let's see. Yeah, that was of the Noldor in Beleriand and of Maeglin. So we did cover Maeglin last week. If you missed that, the stream is available over on my YouTube channel. I think it's still available over on my Twitch as well, if you happen to be on Twitch, but please shift to YouTube if you can. It really helps my numbers there. Hello everybody in chat. Welcome. Saturday. Yeah. And tomorrow's gonna be madness, I already know. I'm trying to keep my head on straight because grief really likes to get the best of me around Valentine's Day. Trying to push through. I am legitimately very excited for the trailer to drop for Lord of the Rings: The Rings of Power. That will be on Prime Video. The trailer drops during the Super Bowl tomorrow. So, I am setting up things today to capture my reaction live, so whenever it does happen, I will capture that, and then after it airs, I will go live and we'll take a closer look and get excited together. I'm certainly not the only person who will be doing that, though, so I'm not sure if I'll go live immediately, or if I will even wait until Monday. I'll have to see how I'm feeling emotionally, so bear with me. Thank you guys. Oh, thank you for heading on over. Thank you so much. Oh, you guys are the best. Thank you for the support. It's hard when you've lost someone to... Like, I don't try to push away memories of her because they're constant. It's a constant barrage. Everything that I do content creation-wise has its source in my partner. And so it is impossible for me to disconnect from her when I am actively making Lord of the Rings content. When I'm talking about Tolkien, my mind is always on my partner. And so it gets difficult sometimes because she's not here. For those who aren't familiar with me and my backstory, my partner of 12 years, almost 12 years at the time, she passed away September 30th of 2019, right before the pandemic happened, which honestly, with how immunocompromised she was, probably best that she went peacefully, unexpectedly in her sleep, and did not have to deal with the pandemic, because if she had caught COVID, she probably would have died in a hospital alone, and that is a horrific reality for way too many people during this pandemic. So I'm glad that wasn't her. Because that would have been a terrible way for her to go. And it's a terrible way for so many people to have gone. But she went peacefully. I mean, it's the way you always hope to go, right? So it's tough because she's no longer here and there are reminders literally all over the place, but it's also comforting. It's also comforting in a way. Like, I'm making content that would have made her super happy and that she would have wanted to make with me. So in my own way, this kind of keeps her alive, and that's very comforting too. So it's a mixed bag of emotions. We do our best. Oh, thank you for the virtual hugs. A lot of you guys did that. I filmed that video last night and didn't have the heart to post it until today. I was like, I don't want to post something at like 2 a.m. of me being sad. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can keep an eye out for the live tomorrow. Like, don't, you know, don't get yourself in trouble. If you are at work, if you are driving, like, please stay safe, number one. And don't put your job in jeopardy, number two. Please don't do that. I don't want that. I don't want that on my shoulders. She does live on in every chapter. Don't make me cry. No crying. There is no crying. No crying. And that's not because crying is bad or a negative thing at all. It's simply because if I start crying, it's going to be difficult for me to stop right now, so we're not going to start. Not today. But let's take a look at the illustrations so we can move forward with the story, shall we? Was there an illustration in the first chapter of last week? There was not. Okay. So it looks like the first illustration we'll be covering will be from the chapter about Maiglin. So let me switch my camera over and we'll take a look at that. If I can find the button I'm looking for. There we go. Yoink. Okay. This thing needs to be tightened. Alright. So at the very least, you can see the basics here. Again, all of these illustrations in this version of the Silmarillion are by Ted Nasmith. Fantastic colors. I love the way he handles this. So I'll zoom in a little bit. So this is Nan Elmoth, which is the forest that Arvel gets lost in. Then Eöl sees her and is like, ooh, she foxy. And he sets enchantments so that she can't get out of the forest, which is problematic, to say the least. But Arvel is a princess of the Noldor. She is King Turgon of Gondolin's sister. So she is of the House of Fingolfin. And this here is Eöl. And he looks super welcoming in this picture, but as you may have heard from last week, he basically kills Arvel in an attempt to kill his own son. Because Arvel and Maiglin basically try to flee from Eöl. They try to leave Nan Elmoth. They make their way all the way back to Gondolin. Arvel actually knows where Gondolin is because she lived there. Felt like going traveling, and that's when she got lost in Nan Elmoth. But children are difficult because Maiglin would never have been conceived if Arvel did not want a child. This has to be a conscious effort on both parts. There are no children of rape in Tolkien's world. Not for the elves, at least. Not for the elves. Specifically the elves. Because they have to put forth not just their bodies, but also their spirits into the making of a new child. So, with that in mind, Maiglin was wanted. He was a wanted child by both parties, and yet Eöl didn't name him until he was 12 years old. And his mother named him Lomion. Lomion. So, presumably he went by that, but only with his mother for the first 12 years of his life. It's kind of messed up. But when they flee, when they try to leave Eöl and they rush to Gondolin, they are unexpectedly followed by Eöl. He finds his way to Gondolin as well. And he's given the choice of staying in Gondolin forever and never leaving again, because those are the rules. Those are the rules that I just made up. Turgon doesn't want anybody leaving Gondolin in case they get captured and tortured and they give up the location of this very, secret city. Secret tunnel through the mountains. It's literally a secret tunnel through the mountains to get to Gondolin. He doesn't want anybody leaving and then giving up the location of the city. And so the rule is once you're there, you don't get to leave. And so he puts that rule on Maiglin and Eöl. Arvel's happy to be back, because this is home for her. And basically everyone is willing to welcome both Eöl and Maiglin. Maiglin is, a prince of the Noldor. By birth, he is Arvel's son. So he's welcomed, and he's, in awe of this beautiful place where he's, seeing things in craftsmanship that he's never seen before in his life. He's excited to be there. And then Eöl comes and ruins it. And so when Eöl is given the choice, either stay here or die, basically, he says, I choose death, and then he grabs a spear and throws it at his son, because he's like, my choice is my son's choice, so there. Arvel steps in the way, gets speared, and had the blade not been poisoned, she probably would have survived, but Eöl is an a-hole. Eöl the a-hole. So... oh man, I'm not making merch for that, but it does sound good. Oh yeah. A lot of Tolkien's work can be considered problematic, but we do have to respect it as it is. I agree to a certain extent. I think that being able to look at things critically is really important, and we totally do that here. And some things are problematic, and he put them in there on purpose. Like he wanted this to be a terrible character, someone that you don't feel for, someone that you're like, yeah, this guy, I'm not feeling too bad that he's dead now. So Arvel dies in the night because the blade was poisoned. Maeglin is stone cold silent the entire time, which does not bode well. Eöl, for basically killing the princess of Gondolin, is tossed over a cliff. And as they are getting ready to toss him over said cliff, as his punishment, he turns to his son. He's like, look carefully, this is gonna be your death too. As I die, so shall you. And he gets tossed over the cliff and kerplap. It's a technical term, kerplap. Maeglin, again, silent the whole time. It's not a good time for Maeglin. But poor guy, he does stay in Gondolin. He becomes really well renowned. He learned how to forge and how to mine for metals, for ore. He learned that from the dwarves of Nogrod and Belagost. So he's got skills, and then he learns from the elves as well. You can also assume that he is at least introduced to, if not befriended, to Celebrimbor here. Because one of Celebrimbor's origin stories includes him having been an apprentice jewelsmith in Gondolin. So Celebrimbor's here too. Same time, same place. Maeglin is sort of a cold, prickly character. He's not super warm, he's not super forthcoming, but he is very respected in Gondolin. Yeah, Father of the Year award goes not to Eöl or Feanor. Those two. Nope. Thingol either. Thingol is not a great dad. He tries, but he tries like in the wrong way. Alright, so there's that illustration of them, and here is the illustration. Zooming out a tad. Here's the illustration of Maeglin looking on as his father Eöl is basically tossed off a cliff. Toss me! I cannot jump the distance, you'll have to toss me! Don't tell the elf. This is a terrible way for Eöl to go, but it is the way he goes. Sorry, I'm not understanding the comment over on TikTok. Mid-read ring light drops on your head would be bad. My ring light is okay. We okay. It's up there. It's on like a wall mount. So it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Why did he hate his son? It's not so much that he hated Maeglin, it's that he felt betrayed by Maeglin. Eöl was very set in his own ways and in his own ideology and opinions. He hated the Noldor, oddly enough. Even though he, basically wed a princess of the Noldor, but he forced her to stay in his forest. He forced her to stay in Non-Elmoth. He didn't want her to leave, and he forbid her from ever seeking out the Sons of Feanor, which are her extended kin. So he didn't hate Maeglin, but he hated that Maeglin decided to prioritize going away and seeing his extended family, going to Gondolin. He prioritized that instead of following Eöl's orders, which were to stay put and, be content with what he had in Non-Elmoth. So I wouldn't say that he hated his son, but it was very much a my way or the highway kind of thing. And I'd take it a step further. It was just my way, period. There was no alternative. And when he made the choice, well, I would rather die than have to stay here in Gondolin, he was just like, that's my choice, and that's my choice for my son. Because I get to make the choices for my son. So he was just super domineering, ultimately. I don't think he hated Maeglin, but I think he was very, very angry that Maeglin would choose something that is so the antithesis of everything that Eöl thought and stood for. Not great. He's not a great guy. So he gets tossed over the edge here. Kerplap, like we said. And Maeglin, literally, this is his face the whole time. That's it. That is literally it. He just watches stoically. Doesn't say a damn word. Which, should be a bit of a warning. But Maeglin does rise to prominence. He earns great respect amongst his fellows in Gondolin. And we'll revisit him once we hit the fall of Gondolin, because, spoiler alert, the entirety of Beleriand gets destroyed, so everything that we're looking at and most of the characters that we're looking at will die. It's just the reality of the Silmarillion. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hate that I'm not the only one, if that makes sense. I'm so sorry that you're missing your partner, too. Valentine's Day is so hard when you've lost, your significant other, specifically. It's hard when you've lost any family member, but Valentine's is so geared toward, being in relationships. It's so commercialized. And so any of us who have lost that person, it just kind of, it's twisting the knife a little bit. It's rude. I'm so sorry you're going through that, though. Serious condolences. I totally feel your pain. I totally feel it. Alright, so that brings us to chapter 17 of The Coming of Men into the West. Into the West. Which I shouldn't sing or else I'll start crying. It's a beautiful song. So let's switch up the camera back to where we were before. Alrighty, so here we are. So we've got chapter 17. There are several different illustrations in the next two chapters. So I will try to remember to pause and show you the illustrations as we hit them. So we'll do the first section of reading, and then I'll show you the illustration that's on the second page. Yes, definitely try to read the Silmarillion, and if you can't make it through, you can listen to these streams. I do have all the previous streams except for Chapter 14. Chapter 14 is lost forever, which means I will have to re-stream that chapter. But that was specifically all of the geography of Beleriand, so it's a very dry chapter with a lot of names. But that's why the stream would be really helpful, because it's hard to remember that stuff without a little bit of, some help and mnemonic devices and visual aids. So that's what I did for chapter 14, but unfortunately I forgot to save the stream and it is now gone. So I have to restream that, and I promise I will. But other than that, the other streams I do have, and I am going to put them as evergreen videos, VODs, on YouTube. So those will be coming, I promise. I promise. Thank you guys for your patience. Let's get into the actual reading now that we're like half an hour into the stream. Womp womp. Once again, last reminder, if you are over on TikTok, please head over to my YouTube channel. You'll be able to see the illustrations that I show, as well as hear the voice effects that I use on my voice. Which don't happen all the time, but they happen frequently enough that it's much more enjoyable to watch me over on YouTube. So please do that. Link is in my bio. I thought I heard a cat behind me, but I think I'm tripping. It's just these. It's just me today. I'm the only kitty here. Yeah. Arigato. Okay. So let us continue, and let me get my voice stuff all prepped. Okay. Chapter 17. Of the Coming of Men into the West. When 300 years and more were gone since the Noldor came to Beleriand, in the days of the Long Peace, Finrod Felagund, Lord of Nargothrond, journeyed east of Sirion, and went hunting with Maglor and Maedhros, sons of Feanor. But he wearied of the chase, and passed on alone towards the mountains of Eredlindon, that he saw shining afar. And taking the dwarf road, he crossed Gallion at the ford of Sarn Athrad, and turning south over the upper streams of Askar, he came to the north of Osiriand. I feel like I should show you the map. We'll hit the map in a bit. In a valley among the foothills of the mountains, below the springs of Thalos, he saw lights in the evening, and far off he heard the sound of song. At this he wondered much, for the green elves of that land lit no fires, nor did they sing by night. At first he feared that a raid of orcs had passed the Leaguer of the North, but as he drew near he perceived that it was not so, for the singers used a tongue that he had not heard before, neither that of dwarves nor of orcs. Then Felagund, standing silent in the night shadow of the trees, looked down into the camp, and there he beheld a strange people. Now these were a part of the kindred and following of Beor the Old, as he was afterwards called, a chieftain among men. After many lives of wandering out of the east, after many lives of wandering out of the east, he had led them at last over the Blue Mountains, the first of the race of men to enter Beleriand. And they sang because they were glad, and believed that they had escaped from all perils and had come at last to a land without fear. Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him Beleriand's not a great place to be? But we are talking about during the Long Peace. Reminder. This is during the Long Peace, so it's between major battles with Morgoth. Yeah, spoiler alert. Long Felagund watched them, and love for them stirred in his heart, but he remained hidden in the trees until they had all fallen asleep. Then he went amongst the sleeping people, and sat beside their dying fire where none kept watch. And he took up a rude harp, which Beor had laid aside, and he played music upon it such as the ears of men had not heard. For they had as yet no teachers in the art, save only the dark elves in the wild lands. And that is a reference to the Avari, the elves that never left Quivien and didn't undertake the long journey toward Valinor. So, the dark elves. Now men awoke and listened to Felagund as he harped and sang, and each thought that he was in some fair dream, until he saw that his fellows were awake also beside him. But they did not speak or stir while Felagund still played, because of the beauty of the music and the wonder of the song. Wisdom was in the words of the Elven King, and the hearts grew wiser that hearkened to him. For the things of which he sang, of the making of Arda and the bliss of Aman beyond the shadows of the sea, came as clear visions before their eyes, and his elvish speech was interpreted in each mind according to its measure. That's how elves do magic. That's magic. It's kind of an ongoing theme. Tolkien did talk about how he wanted the elves to not be magical in like the fantastical sense. He wanted their skill to be so great and so honed over a long period of time that to mortals it seems like magic. But the thought was that if mortals had, the much longer lifespan, perhaps we could learn that same skill. But just we can't because we aren't long-lived enough to ever get to that same skill level. So this is pretty cool that everyone's having their own vision of what he's saying, and they can understand it through song, even though the words are in a language they don't know. It's very cool. Thus it was that men called King Felagund. Oh my goodness, I'm doing a terrible job of reading today. Thus it was that men called King Felagund, whom they first met of all the Eldar, Nom, that is wisdom, in the language of that people, and after him they named his folk Nomin, the wise. So that is what the men called the elves. Which is presumably where we got the words gnomes, right? So they're called Nomin, the wise folk. Indeed, they believed at first that Felagund was one of the Valar, of whom they had heard rumor that they dwelt far in the west, and this was, some say, the cause of their journeying. But Felagund dwelt among them and taught them true knowledge, and they loved him, and took him for their lord, and were ever after loyal to the house of Finarfin. Now the Eldar were beyond all other peoples skilled in tongues, and Felagund discovered also that he could read in the minds of men such thoughts as they wished to reveal in speech, so that their words were easily interpreted. It is said also that these men had long had dealings with the Dark Elves east of the mountains, and from them had learned much of their speech, and since all the languages of the Quendi were of one origin, the language of Beor and his folk resembled the elven tongue in many words and devices. It was not long before Felagund could hold converse with Beor, and while he dwelt with him, they spoke much together. But when he questioned him concerning the arising of men and their journeys, Beor would say little. And indeed he knew little, for the fathers of his people had told few tales of the past, and a silence had fallen upon their memory.
A darkness lies behind us,
Beor said.
And we have turned our backs upon it, and we do not desire to return thither even in thought. Westwards our hearts have always turned, and we believe that there we shall find light.
But it was said afterwards amongst the Eldar that when men awoke in Hildorien at the rising of the sun, the spies of Morgoth were watchful, and the tidings were soon brought to him. And this seemed to him so great a matter that secretly under shadow he himself departed from Angband and went forth into Middle-earth, leaving to Sauron the command of the war. Of his dealings with men the Eldar indeed knew nothing at that time, and learnt but little afterwards, but that a darkness lay upon the hearts of men, as the shadow of the kinslaying and the doom of Mandos lay upon the Noldor. They perceived clearly even to the people of the elf friends whom they knew first. To corrupt or destroy whatsoever arose new and fair was ever the chief desire of Morgoth, and doubtless he had this purpose also in his errand. By fear and lies, to make men the foes of the Eldar, and bring them up out of the east against Beleriand. But this design was slow to ripen, and was never wholly achieved, for men, it is said, were at first very few in number, whereas Morgoth grew afraid of the growing power and the union of the Eldar and came back to Angband, leaving behind at that time but few servants, and those of less might and cunning. There's a pause here, so we're going to take another look at illustrations. Yeah, we do have one illustration to share, so let's do that. Alright. So another beautiful illustration. This is Finrod Felagund coming amongst the mortal men at their campfire and harping and singing for them. And just as a reminder, this is in Osiriand. I'll show you the map really quickly just to give you a heads up on where we are at exactly. This is also why, if you ever look up the heraldry of the various elves, the heraldry for Finrod Felagund actually includes a harp. It is, let me see. It's like a harp and a torch or scepter. It's actually a very simple heraldry, but it's not abstract. You can actually tell what is drawn on his heraldry. I actually don't really care for the look of it, but it is his heraldry, and that it is his heraldry as Tolkien himself drew it. So we can give Tolkien credit for that one. But yeah. So everybody just watching and listening. And apparently their minds were easy to read. Because men project. They project their thoughts so easily. Yes, yes. Tomas, that is why there is a harp on Finrod Felagund's heraldry. And this is not the only situation where music plays a vital role in, like, his part of the story. But he was well known as being a musical elf, especially with his power of song, like singing, actual vocal skill. But he used music as a tool for understanding between the races, and he was loved almost across the board. Finrod Felagund gets the Best King Ever award. Like, easily. I think later on in the chapter he's actually called Beloved. Like, King Fingon the Beloved. Like, he is beloved by everyone. The dwarves love him, the elves love him. He's friends with the sons of Feanor, even though, like, the Feanorians are kind of problematic. He's like, bro, you're still family. I still love you. It's okay. Like, please don't screw it up. But he was a very forgiving guy. He was the best boy. We should just call him that. The beloved best boy. Alright, back to the normal screen so we can continue reading. Okay. Let me check on chat really quickly. Can I explain the Avari? Okay. I do have a video on my TikTok that goes into this, but basically, when the elves awoke, it was at the shores of an inner sea called Cuivienen. So they awoke in the starlight. This is before the sun and moon were created. And they lived there for a period of time. It's not really disclosed, but in the Nature of Middle-earth book, Tolkien goes into, like, how many generations there were before they undertook the journey, and yada yada yada. But we're talking, I think it was 24 generations of elves. But the elves reproduced very quickly back then, when they were a new race. Tolkien goes into, like, really specific numbers, which I think is a little overkill, and also pushes a very heteronormative, like, they were all procreating and that is all. But I mean, you know, when you created a race from scratch, you have to be like, okay, how fast did they reproduce? How many elves are there actually? But you get to the about the 24th or 25th generation of elves, and the Valar came and took 3 representatives from the 24th/25th generation. And the Valar took them over into Valinor, where the light of the 2 trees was still very bright, and they, you know, looked on this paradise in wonder, and then they were returned back to their people in order to try and convince all of the elves to follow them, to make a huge long journey all the way to Valinor. So there was a schism in the population of elves. There were those who wanted to undertake this journey and see these wondrous things that these 3 elves were talking about, and they were like, it's worth the hardship of journeying, let's do it, let's go there. If that is, you know, the promised land of sorts, if that is where we can find peace and happiness, then we're willing to do that. And then there was a sect of elves who either distrusted the Valar, which is valid, or they liked where they were. They liked Quivien, and it was where they woke. It was, you know, where their families and generations had grown, and they didn't want to leave. So the elves that did not take the journey are called the Avari, and typically they are referred to as the Dark Elves. And not necessarily dark of skin, it could be, but Tolkien doesn't really go into skin tone very much with the elves. Only with, like, specific ones that are very pale. Like Maeglin is specifically said to have, you know, pitch dark hair and skin that is incredibly white. But he grew up in a forest with no light, so where there was no sunlight, so some of that makes sense. But when we talk about the Dark Elves, we are typically talking about the Avari. Eventually, Quivien and the Inner Sea disappears over time. Just the land shifts around a little bit. And so even the Avari eventually had to leave that space and travel somewhere. And so it's just sort of assumed that they traveled in the far eastern regions of the world. And so whenever the men mention that, you know, hey, we knew some elves, but they're not the same as you, they're typically talking about either the Avari or elves that did undertake the journey but stopped before they got to Beleriand, and those are called the Nandor. The Nandor are the elves who stopped in Greenwood, in Lothlorien, in those spaces before hitting the Misty Mountains. Once we hit the Misty Mountains, or the Hithaeglir, the elves that continued and stopped in, like, where Eregion and Eriador are in the map of Lord of the Rings, that area, the elves that stopped there are called the Lyquindi, the Green Elves. And then some of the Green Elves continued over into Osiriand, which is actually where this is happening. Those are the elves that Finrod was saying, they don't tend to light fires at night, and they don't sing by night either. They know better. So those are the Lyquindi, the green elves that live in Osiriand. And then the elves that did undertake the journey and only stopped at the shores in Beleriand and didn't go to Valinor, those are the Sindar. So there are a ton of different words to describe different sects of the population of elves, but the Ivari are specifically the ones that never took the journey at all. So hopefully that answers your question. I do have a couple videos on my TikTok that I reposted recently. My hair is a bit longer, but it's blonde. So if you want to find those videos, they're pretty easy to find currently. That won't be true on the replay of this video, probably. Yeah, Tolkien did leave the Ivari a mystery. The ultimate fate of the Ivari is completely unknown. We have no clue. No clue whatsoever. So, I wish I had a better answer, but we don't know. We don't know what happened. We don't explore, and that's why there is wiggle room. There is wiggle room in Tolkien's world to create stories with sects of the race that just he never touched on. You know, like, he created them, there was a schism, there's this whole other population of elves somewhere in the east. We don't know what they look like. And after so many generations, when we're finally in the third age of Middle-earth, we have no clue. No clue what they look like, how they act, what their customs are. It's a completely open book. An open book with blank pages is what I mean. There's room for someone to have some fun there. And that's typically what Tolkien wanted. He wanted people to be able to play in his sandbox and expand upon the world in a way that would be cohesive. And so I try and take a certain amount of comfort when we're talking about adaptations of Tolkien. Most people are trying to stay at least close enough, like true to the source material. They aren't trying to actively do a disservice to Tolkien, because fandom would destroy them if it were a complete and utter departure. Which is, you know, my opinion of The Hobbit. I think there were some very terrible decisions made for the Hobbit trilogy, especially the fact that it's a trilogy. But Tolkien wrote different stories with different tones to them. The Silmarillion reads like a history text. There's not an awful lot of emotion in here. It's just this is the thing that happened. And I might say their hearts were filled with joy. But you don't actually see it. It's very much a tell and not a show kind of book, which in today's standards would be typically a terrible story. Name and shame those failures, not this time. We don't have time for that. I need to keep reading or we're never going to finish these 2 chapters. We're only like 2 pages in, okay? Let's continue. Alright, so back to the book. So we were talking about how Morgoth, when he heard that men had risen in the east, he himself went down to try and, deceive them, make them hate the Eldar, sow those seeds of discontent and animosity so that hopefully he could turn them to his purpose later on. But it was saying that was a very slow to ripen plan. Quote unquote, slow to ripen. And eventually he was like, there aren't enough men to really be worth my time. And so he returned back to Beleriand to continue his war with the elves. In the time that he was gone, Sauron was in charge. Sauron was very much his right hand. Alright, so from there, let's continue. Now Felagund learned from Beor that there were many other men of like mind who were also journeying westward. Oops, forgot the filters. Doo-doo-doo.
Others of my own kin have crossed the mountains,
he said.
and they are wandering not far away. And the Haladin, a people from whom we are sundered in speech, are still in the valleys on the eastern slopes, awaiting tidings before they venture further. There are yet other men, whose tongue is more like to ours, with whom we have had dealings at times. They were before us on the westward march, but we passed them, for they are a numerous people, and yet keep together and move slowly, being all ruled by one chieftain, whom they call Marach.
Now the green elves of Assyriand were troubled by the coming of men, and when they heard that the lord of the Eldar from over the sea was among them, they sent messengers to Felagund.
Lord,
they said,
if you have power over these newcomers, bid them return by the ways that they came, or else to go forward, for we desire no strangers in this land to break the peace in which we live. And these folk are hewers of trees and hunters of beasts. Therefore, we are their unfriends. And if they will not depart, we shall afflict them in all ways that we can.
Them's fighting words. Then by the advice of Felagund, Beor gathered all the wandering families and kindreds of his people, and they removed over Gallion, which is a river, and took up their abode in the lands of Amrod and Amras, upon the east banks of the Kellon, south of Non Elmoth, near to the borders of Doriath. And the name of that land thereafter was Estelad, the encampment. But when after a year had passed, Felagund wished to return to his own country, Beor begged leave to come with him, and he remained in the service of the king of Nargothrond while his life lasted. In this way he got his name, Beor, whereas his name before had been Balan. For Beor signified vassal in the tongue of his people. The rule of his folk he committed to Baran, his elder son, and he did not return again to Estelad. There is a break there, and I'm going to pull out the map really quickly so we can get a visual aid of the areas that we just talked about. Okay. A little too zoomed in. There we go. Okay. So the area where the men were, they had come from across Ered Luin, or the Blue Mountains. That's what Luin means. It means blue. Ered is mountains, blue is Luin. So they crossed into Assyriand, which is the land of 7 rivers, as you can see. There are 6 cross rivers and then the one north-south river. When we mention the Gallion, it is this long north-south river here. So, men had come into this area. This is where the Lyquindi currently live, and they're like, we don't want them here. Like, they keep destroying our trees. They're hunting in a way that's not sustainable. Like, please get thee gone. Tell them to go back where they came from, or to please continue onward. Just leave us in peace, either way. And so, you know, being good people in general, they banded together and they went across the Gallion near the river Ascar, and they went up into this area south of Non Elmoth, but still on the borders of Doriath. And that's why it's called Estelad. But the leader of these people, Beor, ended up following Finrod Felagund all the way over to here, to Nargothrond, which is the realm that technically Finrod is king of. It's also a hidden realm, much like Gondolin, which is up here in the mountains. Through the mountains. But there are secret caverns, at least in these mountains down here. I'm never gonna stop making that joke, you guys. But that gives you a basic idea of what we're talking about. This area of East Beleriand here was usually the area where the younger sons of Feanor were wandering around. That's who Amrod and Amrys are. They're the twins, the youngest sons of Feanor. Whereas the two that Finrod had been hunting with before finding the men and just sort of lingering there, those two sons had been Maedhros and Maglor, who typically are up here, near Himring and the March of Maedhros. So they came down, and Finrod Felagund came over here, and they just sort of met up near the Gellion and started hunting and doing their thing. Presumably, the two elder sons of Feanor went back up here. They're like, bro, like, you're weird. You're weird getting involved with the men, but you do you. So that gives you a basic idea of where everything is on the map and what we're talking about here. So currently in the story, the men are here in Estelad. Okay? We will go into a lot more detail about the men. Okay. Absolutely. I love doing the readings of the Silm, and I want you guys to have as many visual aids as possible, because that's how I remember stuff. And I know I can't be the only one. The fate of the Avari is like the Entwives, we just don't know. You personally think that both groups were killed off. And that's a fair assumption. We don't know for sure, but that's a fair assumption. Because otherwise, where are they? Like, why do they never come into the story again? Eredluin is still around in the Third Age. Correct. It is just then the far western mountain range on the very edge of the continent, because all of Beleriand ends up under the ocean, with the exception of, like, a couple small islands. Which plays into one of my theories for one of the teaser posters. But shall we continue? There's much more to read. Soon after the departure of Felagund, the other men, of whom Beor had spoken, came also into Beleriand. First came the Haladin, but meeting the unfriendship of the Green Elves, they turned north and dwelt in Thargelion, in the country of Caranthir, son of Feanor. There for a time they had peace, and the people of Caranthir paid little heed to them. In the next year, Marach led his people over the mountains. They were a tall and warlike folk, marching in ordered companies, and the elves of Ciriand hid themselves and did not waylay them. But Marach, hearing that the people of Beor were dwelling in a green and fertile land, came down the dwarf road and settled in the country south and east of the dwellings of Baran, son of Beor. And there was great friendship between those peoples. There are going to be so many names here. I apologize in advance. There are so many names. Felagund himself often returned to visit men, and many other elves out of the Westlands, both Noldor and Sindar, journeyed to Estelad, being eager to see the Edain, whose coming had long been foretold, because they are the second children of Ilúvatar. So the elves, at least, especially the elves who had lived in Valinor, had heard that, there's going to be a second main race, and they're going to appear. They just didn't know when or where. So they're excited now. They're like, wow, they're actually here. Let's go see them. Now, Atani, the second people, was the name given to men in Valinor, in the lore that told of their coming. But in the speech of Beleriand, that name became Edain, and it was there used only of the three kindreds of the elf friends. So, it's an important distinction to make. And just so you don't get them confused, because they are easy to confuse, the Avari are the dark elves. The Atani are mortal men, in general, all mortal men. But the Edain are specifically from these three families of men that came over into Beleriand. So we're talking the kin of Beor, the kin of Haladin, and the kin of Marach. Okay? Those three. And those three specifically because they are considered elf friends. We will come to those men that are not elf friends later on. So the Edain are those three kindreds of elf friends. Just to make that super clear. Fingolfin, as king of all the Noldor, sent messengers of welcome to them, and then many young and eager men of the Edain went away and took service with the kings and lords of the Eldar. Among them was Malach, son of Marach. This will be totally confusing. And he dwelt in Hithlum for 14 years, and he learned the Elven tongue and was given the name of Aradan. Again, I apologize, there are so many names. So we have Baran, son of Beor. Beor has gone to be in service of Finrod Felagund, the one who discovered the Edain, while Baran stays in Estelad, right? And then this other people, Marach, his people were the warlike ones, the warlike men, and they end up in that blank space beneath Nan Olmoth. So Marach has a son named Malach. And I use the ch sound for ch. I could be completely wrong there, because these names are not necessarily Elvish. So there's Marach and his son Malach. And Malach is the one who ends up going up to Hithlum. And just as a reminder, Hithlum is like the northwestern corner of Beleriand. So it's far away. It's quite far abroad. But he goes abroad and learns the Elvish language, and he's given a different name, which is super common for the elves, to give out names to people of renown. And he is given the name Aradan, which is basically like a king of people. It's a kingly, noble name. It's like nobleman. All right. The Edain did not long dwell content in Estelad, for many still desired to go westward, but they did not know the way. Before them lay the fences of Doriath, and southward lay Sirion and its impassable fens. Therefore the kings of the three houses of the Noldor, seeing hope of strength in the sons of men, sent word that any of the Edain that wished might remove and come to dwell among their people. In this way the migration of the Edain began, at first little by little, but later in families and kindreds they arose and left Estelad, until after some 50 years many thousands had entered the lands of the kings. Most of these took the long road northwards, until the ways became well known to them. The people of Beor came to Dorthonion, and dwelt in lands ruled by the house of Finarfin. The people of Aradan, for Marach his father remained in Estelad until his death, for the most part went on westward, and some came to Hithlum, but Magor, son of Aradan, so this is the third generation, Magor, son of Aradan, and many of the people passed down Sirion into Beleriand and dwelt a while in the vales of the southern slopes of Ered Wethrin. I'm gonna pull out the map again. I'm pulling out the map again, you guys. I'm pulling out the map because this stuff gets complicated. So Estelad is where the vast majority of the men were settling at first, and also down in this East Beleriand portion. But what they were talking about is that they couldn't go through Doriath. It's not allowed. Nobody's allowed into Doriath because of the Girdle of Melian, which is basically a magical enchantment keeping people out that Thingol wants out. And they couldn't cross the Sirion here because this is the Fens. It's like the broadest part of the river, and it's very fast flowing. So this entire area is basically impassable. So when the elves heard about this, they were like, well, we will help you guys migrate if you want to. You can come into our various kingdoms. And so a bunch of them end up in, losing track of my camera, Heathlam. And this is Fingolfin's area. And we were talking about the southern slopes of Ered Wethrin, which is here. So just to give you a visual of what the heck we're talking about. So some of the Edain went up here. Some of them went through the Fens of Serech. Through the Fens of Serech. This is Tol Sirion. Tol Sirion is a little watchtower in the middle of this pass. But the Sirion River is this really large river that goes all the way down, and it eventually hits the Bay of Balbar. But a lot of men came through this pass. A lot of the men came through this pass, and they settled along the southern mountain range, the southern face of the mountain range at Ered Wethrin. So hopefully that gives you guys a visual. Now we can go back and continue. At this rate, we might just do one chapter today instead of two. Okay. Okay, and dwelt a while in the vales of the southern slopes of Ered Wethrin, which is what I just showed ya. It is said that in all these matters, none save Finrod Felagund took counsel with King Thingol, and he was ill-pleased. Both for that reason, and because he was troubled by dreams concerning the coming of men, ere ever the first tidings of them were heard. Therefore he commanded that men should take no lands to dwell in save in the north, and that the princes whom they served should be answerable for all that they did. So this is Thingol we're talking about here. And he said,
Into Doriath shall no man come while my realm lasts, not even those of the house of Beor who serve Finrod the Beloved.
Melian said nothing to him at that time, but afterwards she said to Galadriel,
Now the world runs on swiftly to great tidings, and one of men, even of Beor's house, shall indeed come, and the girdle of Melian shall not restrain him. For doom greater than my power shall send him, and the songs that shall spring from that coming shall endure when all Middle-earth is changed.
Prophecy. Foreshadowing. It's only a couple chapters away, okay? We're talking Beren and Luthien, and that will be in a couple more chapters. But many men remained in Estelad, and there was still a mingled people living there long years after, until in the ruin of Beleriand they were overwhelmed or fled back into the east. For beside the old who deemed that their wandering ways were over, there were not a few who desired to go their own ways, and they feared the Eldar and the light of their eyes. And then dissensions awoke among the Edain, in which the shadow of Morgoth may be discerned, for certain it is that he knew of the coming of men into Beleriand and of their growing friendship with the elves. The leaders of discontent were Bereg of the house of Beor and Amlach, one of the grandsons of Marach. Again, a lot of names. And they said openly,
"We took long roads, desiring to escape the perils of Middle-earth and the dark things that dwell there. For we heard that there was light in the west, but now we learn that the light is beyond the sea. Thither we cannot come, where the gods dwell in bliss, save one, for the Lord of the Dark is here before us, and the Eldar, wise but fell, who make endless war upon him. In the north he dwells, they say, and there is the pain and death from which we fled. We will not go that way."
Then a council and assembly of men was called, and great numbers came together. And the elf friends answered Bereg, saying,
"Truly from the Dark King come all the evils from which we fled, but he seeks dominion over all Middle-earth. And whither now shall we turn? And he will not pursue us. Unless he be vanquished here, or at least held in leaguer. Only by the valor of the Eldar is he restrained. And maybe it was for this purpose, to aid them at need, that we were brought into this land."
To this, Bereg answered,
"Let the Eldar look to it. Our lives are short enough."
But there arose one who seemed to all to be Amlach, son of Imlach, speaking fell words that shook the hearts of all who heard him.
"All this is but elvish lore, tales to beguile newcomers that are unwary. The sea has no shore. There is no light in the west. You have followed a full fire of the elves to the end of the world. Which of you has seen the least of the gods? Who has beheld the Dark King in the north? Those who seek the dominion of Middle-earth are the Eldar. Greedy for wealth, they have delved in the earth for its secrets and have stirred to wrath the things that dwell beneath it, as they have ever done and ever shall. Let the orcs have the realm that is theirs, and we will have ours. There is room in the world if the Eldar will let us be."
Then those that listened sat for a while astounded, and a shadow of fear fell on their hearts, and they resolved to depart far from the lands of the Eldar. But afterwards Amlach returned among them, and denied that he had been present at their debate or had spoken such words as they reported, and there was doubt and bewilderment among men. Then the elf friends said,
"You will now believe this at least. There is indeed a Dark Lord, and his spies and emissaries are among us, for he fears us, and the strength that we may give to his foes."
But some still answered,
"He hates us, rather, and ever the more the longer we dwell here, meddling in this quarrel with the kings of the Eldar to no gain of ours."
Many, therefore, of those that yet remained in Estelad made ready to depart, and Bereg led 1,000 of the people of Beor away southwards, and they passed out of the songs of those days. But Amlach repented, saying,
"I have now a quarrel of my own with this master of lies, which will last to my life's end."
And he went away north and entered the service of Maedhros. But those of his people who were of like mind with Bereg chose a new leader, and they went back over the mountains into Eriador and are forgotten. Bit of a pause here. So, basically, we saw a hint of Morgoth there, using some sort of enchantment to appear like he was one of the chieftains of men, and give that impassioned speech being like, "Oh no, the Eldar are the greedy ones. The Eldar are the ones that you need to watch out for. They're the problem here." Who's even seen the Dark Lord in the north? Who's ever seen these Valar, these gods that you talk about? None of this even exists, the whole thing is made up, and the elves are the problem here. So that was Morgoth in disguise, or at least one of his servants in disguise. Because then the actual guy is like, dude, I wasn't even at that meeting. What are you talking about? I didn't say those things. And so then he has a personal vendetta against the Dark Lord because it doesn't really feel too good to have people be like, dude, you told us to not even deal with the Eldar. You said they were greedy. Like, we saw you say these things. What is happening? So people who agreed with Beric ended up taking a new lord and going off and doing their own thing. But Amlach is the one who then goes north. He puts himself into the service of Maedhros, who is the eldest son of Feanor, the one who was chained to Thangorodrim and had to be rescued by chopping off his right hand. So, Maedhros, our left-handed king. He is such an amazing, amazing character. Maedhros the Tall. It's not like the elves are never greedy or problematic. Absolutely. They totally get that way, especially Thingol. We have issues here. Yes, and so we did learn that Thingol's like, yeah, y'all can't come here. Never. Never shall any men be welcome in my realm. To which Melian is like, one of them's gonna make it through, don't tell him. Don't tell him, but one of them's gonna make it through. Because even my power won't be able to stop him. That's the power of love. I'm just taking a look to see how many pages we've got. Alright, 4 more pages in this chapter. We can do it! This is chapter 17. This is chapter 17 of The Coming of Men into the West. This is the Quenta Silmarillion. Sorry if you asked that ages ago and I'm only now getting to it. Sorry. If you hear me do odd pauses over here on TikTok, it's because I'm activating voice filters for different characters. So you won't be able to hear that on TikTok. Please go over to my YouTube, link in bio. Happy to answer questions. I do try and keep up with chat, I promise. And I have missed a couple reminders to hydrate, so let me do that really quickly. I always forget to drink. Okay. Honor the Vala of Water. Honor Ulmo. Hydrate. Okay. During this time, the Haladin remained in Thargelion and were content, but Morgoth, seeing that by lies and deceits he could not yet wholly estrange elves and men, he was filled with wrath, and endeavored to do men what hurt he could. Therefore he sent out an orc raid, and passing east it escaped the leaguer, and came in stealth back over Eredlindon by the passes of the Dwarf Road, and fell upon the Haladin in the southern woods of the land of Caranthir. Now the Haladin did not live under the rule of lords, or many together, but each homestead was set apart and governed its own affairs, and they were slow to unite. But there was among them a man named Haldad, who was masterful and fearless, and he gathered all the brave men that he could find, and retreated to the angle of land between Askar and Gelion, and in the utmost corner he built a stockade across from water to water, and behind it they led all the women and children that they could save. There they were besieged until their food was gone. Haldad had twin children, Haleth, his daughter, and Haldar, his son, and both were valiant in the defense. For Haleth was a woman of great heart and strength. But at last Haldad was slain in a sortie against the orcs, and Haldar, who rushed out to save his father's body from their butchery, was hewn down beside him. Then Haleth held the people together, though they were without hope, and some cast themselves into the rivers and were drowned. But 7 days later, as the orcs made their last assault and had already broken through the stockade, there came suddenly a music of trumpets, and Caranthir with his host came down from the north and drove the orcs into the rivers. Then Caranthir looked kindly upon men, and did Haleth great honor, and he offered her recompense for her father and brother. And seeing, overlate, what valor there was in the Edain, he said to her,
"If you will remove and dwell further north, there you shall have the friendship and protection of the Eldar, and free lands of your own."
But Haleth was proud, and unwilling to be guided or ruled, and most of the Haladin were of like mood. Therefore she thanked Caranthir, but answered, "My mind is now set, Lord, to leave the shadow of the mountains and go west, whither others of our kin have gone." When therefore the Haladin had gathered all whom they could find alive of their folk who had fled wild into the woods before the orcs, and had gleaned what remained of their goods in their burned homesteads, they took Haleth for their chief, and she led them at last to Estelad, and there dwelt for a time. Can we take a moment to appreciate the kick-assedness of Haleth? One of the few women who gets a few lines. She actually gets a speaking part. Haldad is a kind of funny name. I think Imlach is kind of difficult. Imlach, son of Amlach. Super stubborn. Ah, thank you, Gilreen. Welcome. And thank you for putting that note in. Haldad apparently means watchdog. Thank you for sharing. I love that you put in notes for me, because I don't have time to do all of that while I'm live. So Haleth kicks some serious butt, and they take her as their chieftain, which is amazing. It doesn't happen super often having women in charge, but she was awesome. Okay, so they end up in Estelad, and there they dwelt for a time. But they remained a people apart, and were ever after known to elves and men as the people of Haleth. Haleth remained their chief while her days lasted, but she did not wed, and the headship afterwards passed to Haldan, son of Haldar, her brother. Soon, however, Haleth desired to move westward again, and though most of her people were against this counsel, she led them forth once more, and they went without help or guidance of the Eldar, and passing over Kelon and Aros, they journeyed into the perilous land between the Mountains of Terror and the Girdle of Melian. This is the same area where Aradel and her host got lost. It's a bad space, okay? Ered Gorgoroth should not be a place where you tarry for long, okay? So this is that space between the mountains and the Girdle of Melian. That land was even then not yet so evil as it after became, but it was no road for mortal men to take without aid, and Haleth only brought her people through it with hardship and loss, constraining them to go forward by the strength of her will. At last they crossed over the Brithiach, and many bitterly repented of their journey, but there was now no returning. Therefore, in new lands they went back to their old life as best they could. and they dwelt in free homesteads in the woods of Talathdyrnan beyond Teiglin. And some wandered far into the realm of Nargothrond. But there were many who loved the Lady Haleth and wished to go whither she would, and dwell under her rule. And these she led to the forest of Brethiel, between Teiglin and Sirion. Thither, in the evil days that followed, many of her scattered folk returned. I do want to pull out the map again, because this is a migration that is hard to visualize. So let's hit the map again. Okay, so they started in Estelad, right? And then they went up through Nandungortheb again. Nandungortheb, which is where originally Aredhel came out of Gondolin. She went this way and then gets lost in Nan Elmoth, where Eol is. So this is basically the opposite. They went between the Girdle of Melian and the Mountains of Terror, Ered Gogoroth. And so they basically stopped around here, and they took this foresty area as most of their home. Some of them end up in Talathdyrnan, and some of them even end up near Nargothrond, down here. But this is the forest of Brethiel. This is outside the Girdle of Melian. So the Girdle of Melian only covers the forest of Region and the forest of Neldoreth. So it's just this area. That is what is protected by the Girdle of Melian. And there, men are not allowed to go. So they ended up having to go up and over, and they end up in the forest of Brethiel. And the rivers that they were talking about are the Teiglin, which is this river here, and Sirion, which is this river here. So that's the forest of Brethiel. Everybody good? Let's go back. Let's continue. So yes, many names, many places. I'm trying to keep you guys up to date with visuals as best I can. Now Brethiel was claimed as part of his realm by King Thingol, though it was not within the Girdle of Melian. Hey, I just said that. And he would have denied it to Haleth, but Felagund, who had the friendship of Thingol, hearing of all that had befallen the people of Haleth, obtained his grace for her, that she should dwell free in Brethiel, upon the condition only that her people should guard the crossings of Teiglin against all enemies of the Eldar, and allow no orcs to enter their woods. To this, Haleth answered, "Where are Haldad my father and Haldar my brother? If the king of Doriath fears a friendship between Haleth and those who have devoured her kin, then the thoughts of the Eldar are strange to men." And Haleth dwelt in Brethiel until she died, and her people raised a green mound over her in the heights of the forest. Tur Haretha, the Lady Barrow, Hath and Arwen in the Sindarin tongue. Hath and Arwen. And Arwen, just in case anyone's like, wait, Arwen? Arwen means noble lady. It means like queenly or noble lady. It's an apt description of Haleth, so. Hath and Arwen is basically the mound of the noble lady in Sindarin. Yay, Elvish. In this way it came to pass that the Edain dwelt in the lands of the Eldar, some here, some there, some wandering, some settled in Kidrons or Spal peoples, and the most part of them soon learned the Grey Elven tongue, both as a common speech amongst themselves, and because they were eager to learn the lore of the elves. But after a time, the Elf Kings, seeing that it was not good for elves and men to dwell mingled together without order, and that men needed lords of their own kind, set regions apart where men could live their own lives and appointed chieftains to hold these lands freely. They were the allies of the Eldar in war, but marched under their own leaders. Yet many of the Edain had delight in the friendship of the elves, and dwelt among them for so long as they had leave, and the young men often took service for a time in the hosts of the kings. Now Hador Lorindol, son of Hathor, son of Magor, son of Malach Aradan, entered the household of Fingolfin in his youth. So there's some passage of time here. We're looking at a few generations later, right? That is Tolkien's way of saying 4 generations later. This is why the TV show, The Rings of Power, has difficulty. Because there would be situations exactly like that sentence, all over the place in the Second Age, because it is so spread out. The Second Age is 3,441 years long. There are a lot of generations to fit in that kind of time. So that is why I understand why they are trying to, make different plots converge into a shorter period of time, because otherwise you're just going to be like, I thought that actor played a different character. And it'll be like the 7th generation after the character that you saw 3 episodes ago. Like, it would be difficult to pull off the entirety of the Second Age, even in 5 seasons. It's not a lot of time. So to avoid that in the new TV series, they are really condensing many, many years into what we hope will be a good plot? Question mark? We'll have to wait and see. But Hador Lorindol, son of Hathor, son of Magor, son of Malach Aradan. So Malach was his original name, and then Aradan is the name that he was given by the elves. This is the one who went up and over and all the way to Hithlum to be in Fingolfin's charge. So these are his descendants. So his descendants have basically done the same thing. So this guy's name is Hador. He enters the household of Fingolfin in his youth, and was loved by the king. That's where we're at. Hi there! To anybody who's still hanging out over on TikTok, please head to the link in my bio. You'll be able to see the illustrations, and also hear any voice effects that I do on my voice. Pretty please. Thank you so much. Love how Tolkien just hand waves a few decades. Yeah, it's, And it's one of those things, like, it doesn't go completely chronologically here. It goes in a vague chronological order in the Silmarillion, but we jump around a bit based on whose story we are telling. So right now we're talking about, these hosts of men. It's the coming of men into Beleriand. But that happens over several generations, and so we start at a point and we end at a point, and then we have to kind of go back and continue a different story that was happening at the same time. So there's a lot of that in the film. It gets a little confusing. Okay. So Hador, the descendant of Aradan, right? Entered the household of Fingolfin in his youth and was loved by the king. Fingolfin, therefore, gave to him the lordship of Dor Lomin. And into that land he gathered most of the people of his kin and became the mightiest of the chieftains of the Edain. In his house only the elven tongue was spoken, but their own speech was not forgotten, and from it came the common tongue of Numenor. But in Dorthonion, the lordship of the people of Beor and the country of Ladros was given to Boromir, son of Boron, who was the grandson of Beor the Old. So these are 2 of the 3 households of Edain, right? We had the household of Beor, which now the youngest descendant of that at this time period is Boromir. Familiar name. And Hador, who was descended from Malach Aradan. So that's 2 of the 3 households of Edain, right? The sons of Hador were Galdor and Gundor, and the sons of Galdor were Hurin and Huor. And the son of Hurin was Turin, the bane of Glaurung. That's a dragon. And the son of Huor was Tuor, father of Earendil the Blessed. The son of Boromir was Bregor, whose sons were Bregolas and Barahir. And the sons of Bregolas were Baragund and Belegund. The daughter of Baragund was Morwen, and the mother of Turin. And the daughter of Belegund was Rian, the mother of Tuor. But the son of Barahir was Beren One Hand, who won the love of Luthien, Thingol's daughter, and returned from the dead. From them came Elwing, the wife of Earendil, and all the kings of Númenor after. There's no way to make that paragraph an easy one for you. There's no way to make that an easy one for you. Let me see if they have... Please tell me they have a family tree in here. Pretty please. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Tables! Yay! Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna try and give you guys visuals for this, but it's not an easy one. Okay. So... Good lord. Okay, so talking from Beor's line, right? Eventually it gets down to Bregor, which was mentioned in this paragraph. Bregor has two sons, Barahir and Bregolas. Bregolas has two sons. And that sort of trickles down to both of these ladies, Rian and Morwen. So these two are cousins, right? Because their fathers are brothers. So Rian and Morwen are cousins. And they married brothers. Or, no, they married cousins as well. Yes. Yes. They married cousins as well, because if you look at this one... No, Hurin and Huor, right? Hurin and Huor? Yeah. So they marry brothers. I was right the first time. Oh my gosh, my brain. I was right the first time. So these ladies, again, are both from the house of Beor. And they are cousins. These ladies are cousins to each other. And they married brothers. From the house of Marach. As it trickled down. That's the important part. These middle names here are not going to be as important. At least not right now. Yeah, we've got cousins that married brothers. So it's a double mingling of these two lines of the Edain, okay? Hopefully that makes it a little bit more simple. The nice thing is, these two brothers, their sons, have names that are super similar to theirs, and they don't mix them. So Hurin has a son named Turin. Huor, son named Tuor. So these ones we will all be coming back to. But they're just trying to point out in a very compact form that these two lines commingled, these two lines of the Edain commingled, and that we tossed in some elves, which is Idril. This is the son of King Turgon and Gondolin. We will get to this. All of this will make more sense after we continue the story. But just know that we get elves in the mix. And from them we get Earendil. That's Elrond and Elros's dad. Okay? So this is basically the formation of the line of the kings of Númenor. So this is how we get to Elrond and Elros. Elrond stays elven. Elros chooses to be mortal, much like Arwen, much later on. He chooses to be mortal, and that is the line of kings of Numenor that goes all the way down eventually to Aragorn. So just to give you context, it is not easy to remember all these names, but the ones that you should remember, this line right here. That these ladies are cousins from another family, right? And then Hurin and Huor are brothers, and their 2 kids both become very important. Okay? It's good that their kids didn't decide to get married. Yeah, someone in chat is saying it's not like Turin made a better decision. We'll get to that. No spoilers! So the tale of Turin Turambar is a long and meandering story, but we will get to that. It's just not here yet, okay? Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Okay. So from them came Elwing, the wife of Eärendil, and we did see Eärendil in the table there, and all the kings of Numenor after. I really hope that helped you guys. All these were caught in the net of the doom of the Noldor, and they did great deeds which the Eldar remember still among the histories of the kings of old. And in those days the strength of men was added to the power of the Noldor, and their hope was high. And Morgoth was straitly enclosed, for the people of Hador, being hardy to endure cold and long wandering, feared not at times to go far into the north, and there keep watch upon the mountains of the enemy. And the men of these 3 houses throve and multiplied, but greatest among them was the house of Hador Goldenhead, peer of the Elven lords. His people were of great strength and stature, ready in mind, bold and steadfast, quick to anger and to laughter, mighty among the children of Ilúvatar in the youth of mankind. Yellow-haired they were for the most part, and blue-eyed. But not so was Turin, whose mother was Morwen of the house of Beor. The men of that house were dark or brown of hair, with grey eyes. And of all men they were most like to the Noldor, who most loved by them. For they were eager of mind, cunning-handed, and swift in understanding, long in memory, and they were moved sooner to pity than to laughter. Like to them were the woodland folk of Halath. We remember Halath, right? In the Forest of Brethiel, right? Like to them were the woodland folk of Halath, but they were of lesser stature, and less eager for lore. They used few words, and did not love great concourse of men. And many among them delighted in solitude, wandering free in the green woods, while the wonder of the lands of the Eldar was new upon them. But in the realms of the west their time was brief, and their days unhappy. The years of the Edain were lengthened, according to the reckoning of men, after their coming to Beleriand. But at last Beor the Old died when he had lived 93 years. For 44 of which he had served King Felagund. So he died at age 93. The lives of men lengthened when they got to Beleriand. That's an important note. This is sort of how Tolkien works a lot of his aging practices. Is men, the more exposure they had to the elves, the longer they lived. For elves, the longer they were exposed to the Valar, the longer they lived. So the aging of elves in Aman, in Paradise, is longer, it's slower. They live longer lives, they age slower than they do in Middle-earth. And the same can be said of men. Men who didn't have any interaction with the elves tended to have shorter lifespans than the men who crossed over into Beleriand and were dealing with the elves. Magic! Who can say why? Because it says that, not necessarily were these lives better. They were still filled with hardship. But being around the elves tended to extend their lifespan. So Beor, who's, the head of that one house, at the age of 93 finally passes away. And 44 of those years he had spent in service to Finrod Felagund, the one who originally discovered the men. Hey, good evening! Welcome from Sweden. This is a completely off-topic thing, but I've been watching a lot of Olympics coverage. Shout out to the Swedish speed skaters. Hell yes! It's It's Niels van der Poel, right? Did I get it right? Niels van der Poel? If I got the wrong country, I'm gonna get slayed. Pretty sure he's from Sweden. Congratulations. Like 2 gold medals so far. Booyah. Yeah. I cheer for everyone, okay? I love me a good backstory. If someone has been working for it their entire life and they finally get gold, I am all for it. I don't care what country we're talking about. And a world record on the 10,000 meter. That's so cool. Okay, enough Olympic stuff, but yay, thanks for following from Sweden. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about Beor finally passing away. So he passes at the age 93, and 44 of his years he had spent in the service of Felagund. And when he lay dead, of no wound or grief, but stricken by age, the Eldar saw for the first time the swift waning of the life of men, and the death of weariness, which they knew not in themselves, and they grieved greatly for the loss of their friends. But Beor, at the last, had relinquished his life willingly and passed in peace, and the Eldar wondered much at the strange fate of men, for in all their lore there was no account of it, and its end was hidden from them. Nonetheless, the Edain of old learned swiftly of the Eldar all such art and knowledge as they could receive, and their sons increased in wisdom and skill, until they far surpassed all others of mankind, who dwelt still east of the mountains and had not seen the Eldar, nor looked upon the faces that had beheld the light of Valinor. And thus ends chapter 17. So that's a really good primer on mortal men in Beleriand. And I know there are a ton of names, but I will try to revisit those name charts, the family trees. I will try to revisit those and refresh your memory on who is who, because it does get confusing. Same thing with the elves, but it does get confusing. All right, so where are we at? We are at 10 minutes shy of 2 hours. Should we try and get through the next chapter? It's a pretty epic chapter, not gonna lie. It's 11 pages long, so it's not too bad. There are like 3 illustrations in this next chapter. So while it seems to take up a lot of pages, there are only 11 pages of actual text. There are like 6 or 8 pages that are just illustrations. So what do you guys think? Should we continue? Should we do one more chapter, or should we call it a day? If you guys have significant questions, we can call it a day and just talk about this chapter. But if y'all are feeling good, if you feel like I've explained things, then let's keep going. I'll say, pipe up in chat, though. I need your input. More! Another! Speaking of, let's hydrate. It's my Ulmo bot telling everyone to hydrate. Everyone want to do more? we can do more. Hello, Hobbit fan. If you're still watching over here on TikTok, please head to the link in my bio over to my YouTube channel. You'll be able to see all the illustrations, and in this next chapter, there are a lot of illustrations, so please do that. Happy to have you all here. Read away. Side note, you heard on Twitter that the first 2 episodes of The Rings of Power will be flashback episodes. I heard that too. I when it comes to leaked information, like, I try to not take it too seriously, because obviously we won't know until we see it. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with there being, like, a lot of flashback in order to set the scene, because we are trying to not only set the scene for the Second Age, which takes a bit of doing, because a lot of stuff happened in the First Age. Because some of what we're reading now needs to be condensed in there. Talking about the coming of men, and the mingling of men with the elves, and the houses of the Edain, that becomes kind of important. The establishment of the House of Kings, you know, that then later become the Númenóreans. But not only do we need to set up what was in the Silmarillion, some of what we just read, we also need to set up the premise of the show and explain how things are working together in their interpretation, in their adaptation, which is condensing so much of the Second Age together. So it will be very important to see where they have things stacked up. You know, where this line of men is at that time. Did we fast forward, basically, so that we're already in the line of Númenor? And, you know, how does that have repercussions on, you know, the line of Elros, or the line of Elrond, and all of these things? How are they going to be organized so that it all works together in a way that we can have a cohesive plot? That's something that they're going to have to establish in those first couple episodes. That, or all of us fans are just going to be like, well, I guess we just have to let it go, and, like, just know that we have no idea what's happening. I can't end it after saying the next chapter will be epic. It is epic, though. It doesn't get more epic than the Ruin of Beleriand. It is chapter 18 of the Ruin of Beleriand and the Fall of Fingolfin. So it's gonna be pretty epic. So yeah, we can continue. But yes, it's going to be very important in the TV show how they end up organizing things so that we know where we stand with the various lines, all these family trees, and we know what shifts they made as far as the organization of events. Yeah, Fingolfin. Let's get after him. Yeah, poor Fingolfin. Oh man. He has a good run of it, though. Let's read. Alright. Chapter 18 of the Ruin of Beleriand and the Fall of Fingolfin. Now Fingolfin, king of the north and high king of the Noldor, seeing that his people were become numerous and strong, and that the men allied to them were many and valiant, pondered once more an assault upon Angband, for he knew that they lived in danger while the circle of the siege was incomplete, and Morgoth was free to labor in his deep mines, devising what evils none could foretell ere he should reveal them. This counsel was wise, according to the measure of his knowledge, for the Noldor did not yet comprehend the fullness of the power of Morgoth, nor understand that their unaided war upon him was without final hope, whether they hasted or delayed. But because the land was fair and their kingdoms wide, most of the Noldor were content with things as they were, trusting them to last, and slow to begin an assault in which many must surely perish, were it in victory or in defeat. Therefore they were little disposed to hearken to Fingolfin, and the sons of Feanor at that time least of all. Among the chieftains of the Noldor, Angrod and Aignor alone were of like mind with the king, for they dwelt in regions whence Thangorodrim could be descried, and the threat of Morgoth was present to their thought. Thus the designs of Fingolfin came to naught, and the land had peace yet for a while. But when the sixth generation of men after Beor and Marach were not yet come to full manhood, it being then 400 years and 55, or 400 years and 5 and 50, since the coming of Fingolfin, the evil befell that he had long dreaded, and yet more dire and sudden than his darkest fear, for Morgoth had long prepared his force in secret, while ever the malice of his heart grew greater, and his hatred of the Noldor was more bitter. And he desired not only to end his foes, but to destroy also and defile the lands that they had taken and made fair. And it is said that his hate overcame his counsel, so that if he had but endured to wait longer until his designs were full, then the Noldor would have perished utterly. But on his part he esteemed too lightly the valor of the elves, and of men he took yet no account. So, slight foreshadowing here, basically saying if Morgoth had waited just a little bit longer and not been so arrogant about his own might, he would have completely destroyed everyone. But spoiler alert, that's not what happened. There came a time of winter when night was dark and without moon, and the wide plain of Ardgallen stretched dim beneath the cold stars, from the hill forts of the Noldor to the feet of Thangorodrim. The watchfires burned low, and the guards were few. On the plain, few were waking in the camps of the horsemen of Hithlum. Then suddenly Morgoth sent forth great rivers of flame that ran down swifter than Balrogs from Thangorodrim, and poured over all the plain. And the mountains of iron belched forth fires of many poisonous hues, and the fume of them stank upon the air, and was deadly. Thus Ardgallen perished, and fire devoured its grasses, and it became a burned and desolate waste, full of a choking dust, barren and lifeless. Thereafter its name was changed, and it was called Anfauglith, the gasping dust. Many charred bones had there their roofless grave, for many of the Noldor perished in that burning, who were caught by the running flame and could not fly to the hills. The heights of Dorthonion and Erdwethrin held back the fiery torrents, but their woods upon the slopes that looked toward Angband were all kindled, and the smoke wrought confusion among the defenders. Thus began the fourth of the great battles, Dagor Bragolach, the Battle of Sudden Flame. Pardon me. In the front of that fire came Glaurung the Golden, father of dragons, in his full might, and in his train were Balrogs, and behind them came the black armies of the orcs in multitudes such as the Noldor had never before seen or imagined. And they assaulted the fortresses of the Noldor, and broke the leaguer about Angband, and slew wherever they found them the Noldor and their allies, grey elves and men. Many of the stoutest of the foes of Morgoth were destroyed in the first days of that war, bewildered and dispersed, and unable to muster their strength. War ceased not wholly ever again in Beleriand, but the Battle of Sudden Flame is held to have ended with the coming of spring, when the onslaught of Morgoth grew less. Thus ended the siege of Angband, and the foes of Morgoth were scattered and sundered from one another. The most part of the Grey Elves fled south and forsook the northern war. Many were received into Doriath, and the kingdom and strength of Thingol grew greater in that time, for the power of Melian the queen was woven about his borders, and evil could not yet enter that hidden realm. Others took refuge in the fortresses by the sea, and in Nargothrond, and some fled the land and hid themselves in Osiriand, or passing the mountains wandered homeless in the wild. And rumor of the war and the breaking of the siege reached the ears of men in the east of Middle-earth. The sons of Finarfin bore most heavily the brunt of the assault, and Angrod and Aegnor were slain. These are the younger brothers of Galadriel. Beside them fell Bregolas, lord of the House of Beor, and a great part of the warriors of that people. But Barahir, the son of Bregolas, was in the fighting further westward, near the pass of Sirion. There King Finrod Felagund hastened from the south and was cut off from his people and surrounded with a small company in the fen of Serech. And he would have been slain or taken, but Barahir came up with the bravest of his men and rescued him, and made a wall of spears about him, and they cut their way out of the battle with great loss. Thus Felagund escaped, and returning to his deep fortress of Nargothrond, returned to his deep fortress of Nargothrond. But he swore an oath of abiding friendship and aid in every need to Barahir and all his kin, and in token of his vow he gave to Barahir his ring. Barahir was now by right lord of the House of Beor, and he returned to Dorthonion, but most of his people fled from their homes and took refuge in the fastness of Heathlum. Let me bring out the map again, because that was an interesting geographical event there. Switching it on over again. Alrighty. So, this used to be Ardgallen. Once the Dagor Bragolach, or the Battle of Sudden Flames, happens, it is then nicknamed Anfauglith, which is the choking dust. Is not good. But the entire place is a wasteland. It's just a barren wasteland at that point. And further north from here are Thangorodrim and Angband. So, they were talking about how Aegnor and I'm losing my names. There are so many names. Angrod and Aegnor. The two brothers of Galadriel. They are the younger brothers of Galadriel and Finrod Felagund. So those two names should at least be familiar at this point. A lot of stuff is Finrod-centric, which is... He's an awesome elf. But they were trying to take the pass through the Fens of Serech and escape through Tol Sirion. And as they were going through the Fens to try and escape this battle, Finrod, with his forces from Nargothrond, all the way down here, they had come up to try and join the fight, but in doing so, Finrod got separated from his host, and, he almost gets either slain or taken by the Dark Enemy, which would have been even worse than being killed. But luckily, Barahir, who is of one of the houses of men, had a company of men and surrounded the king and protected him and basically made sure that he got out alive. In the process, many of those men passed away. And there is more detail on this in like the Unfinished Tales, I believe. And perhaps in the Lost Tales too, I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've read the History of Middle-earth series. I'm gonna go back and reread it. But yeah, so we were talking about basically how... they went through the Fens of Serech and through the pass here. And then eventually Finrod is able to return back down to Nargothrond. In kinship and, in thanks, he basically says, if you ever need me, I will be there. I will be there for you. I will be there for your family, for your descendants. Period. No questions asked. I will be there for you. And he seals that with giving Barahir his ring. And this is the Ring of Barahir, which is the one that we can use to identify Aragorn during the Third Age. So this is a ring that gets passed down for many, many, many generations. But that is the source of the Ring of Barahir. So it's kind of cool. As far as where the ring actually came from, I'm not sure on that. I started researching it a few days ago, and I only got halfway through the History of Middle-earth series, but I didn't find any conclusive evidence of where it was originally crafted. So it may have been crafted in Valinor and brought over when the elves just came over from Valinor, but I'm not sure. Not sure, unfortunately. You were on the live the other day. You're learning Tengwar. You've almost completed the videos that Tengwar Teacher has about it on YouTube. Awesome. Thank you for supporting Jamie. He's an amazing creator. He's a great content creator. And he knows Tengwar inside and out. Like, I still struggle with some of the details. Diphthongs are the bane of my existence. Diphthongs being vowel clusters. I still struggle with them. Okay. So, just double checking audio levels. We're good. Okay. So he swears that he will help Barahir or his kin if they have a moment of need. If they come seeking his help, it will be given without question. And he will know that family because they will have his ring. It did say that most of his people fled from their homes and took refuge in the fastness of Hithlum. Hithlum being that northwestern portion of Beleriand. Again, the one that's ringed in by mountains on like 3 sides. It's a pretty safe place in general. It's cold, but it's safe. So great was the onslaught of Morgoth that Fingolfin and Fingon could not come to the aid of the sons of Finarfin, and the hosts of Hithlum were driven back with great loss to the fortresses of Ered Wethrin, which is that mountain range, going along the eastern and then southern portion of Hithlum. Okay. Driven back with great loss to the fortresses of Ered Wethrin, and these they hardly defended against the orcs. Before the walls of Aethelsirion fell Hador, the golden-haired, defending the rear guard of his lord Fingolfin. Being then 66 years of age, and with him fell Gundor, his younger son, pierced with many arrows, and they were mourned by the elves. Then Galdor, the tall, took the lordship of his father, and because of the strength and height of the shadowy mountains, which withstood the torrent of fire, and by the valor of the elves and the men of the north, which neither orc nor Balrog could yet overcome, Hithlum remained unconquered, a threat upon the flank of Morgoth's attack, but Fingolfin was sundered from his kinsmen by a sea of foes. For the war had gone ill with the sons of Feanor, and well nigh all the east marches were taken by assault. The pass of Aglon was forced through with great... Oh my gosh. Let's try that again. The pass of Aglon was forced, though with great cost to the hosts of Morgoth, and Celegorm and Curufin, being defeated, fled south and west by the marches of Doriath, and coming at last to Nargothrond, sought harbour with Finrod Felagund. Thus it came to pass that their people swelled the strength of Nargothrond, but it would have been better, as was afterseen, if they had remained in the east among their own kin. Maedhros did deeds of surpassing valor, and the orcs fled before his face, for since his torment on Thangorodrim his spirit burned like a white fire within, and he was as one that returns from the dead. Thus the great fortress upon the hill of Himring could not be taken, and many of the most valiant that remained, both of the people of Darthonion and of the East Marches, rallied there to Maedhros, and for a while he closed once more the pass of Aglon, so that the orcs could not enter Beleriand by that road. But they overwhelmed the riders of the people of Feanor upon Lothlin, for Glaurung came thither, and passed through Maglor's Gap, and destroyed all the lands between the arms of Gelion. And the orcs took the fortresses upon the west slopes of Mount Urerir, and ravaged all Thargelion, the land of Caranthir, and then defiled Lake Helivorn. Thence they passed over Gelion with fire and terror, and came far into East Beleriand. Maglor joined Maedhros upon Himring, but Caranthir fled and joined the remnant of his people to the scattered folk of the hunters, Amrod and Amras. And they retreated and passed Ramdal in the south. Upon Amon Ereb they maintained a watch and some strength of war, and they had aid of the green elves. And the orcs came not into Osiriand, nor to Taur Imduinath, and the wilds of the south. Again, I'm going to pause, pull out the map. Okay. So let's get a wide view here. Just to point out some landmarks, we've got Doriath here with the Girdle of Melian. Here is Himring, and this is the March of Maedhros. So what we were just talking about was the orcs coming through here, through Lothlin. And this is the March of Maedhros, and this is the Pass of Aglon. So the Pass of Aglon was overwhelmed for a while, and then Maedhros did deeds of surpassing valor. And he managed to close the pass here, which is definitely a good thing. Because you do not want the elves to have an assault coming from Nandangurtheb. So he managed to close the pass here, but the orcs managed to get past the March of Maedhros through Lothlin, and they came down into Thargelion. So Thargelion is where Caranthir, this was like Caranthir's area here. And Lake Helivorn is defiled. So this is all overwhelmed by orcs. So Ramdal is where eventually we get Amrod, Amras, and Caranthir, 3 of the 7 sons of Feanor. Whereas Maedhros and Maglor are still up here at Himring. So things are spread out, and Ramdal, luckily, with some of the help of the elves, the green elves in Osiriand, they make sure that Osiriand is protected, and they keep orcs from going past here. So this area here is all protected. But you got a lot of orcs in here now. A lot of orcs. So I think that's about where we're at. And Celegorm and Curufin, who were normally up here, fled all the way to Nargothrond. Would have been better if they had kept away, which we'll read in a bit. Celegorm and Curufin are like the worst of the Sons of Feanor, in my opinion. Alright, let's continue. Just making sure I haven't skipped any illustrations. Not yet. Okay. So the orcs didn't get to Osiriand, and they weren't able to get into Taur Imduinath, which was that really big forest at the very bottom of the map. Now news came to Hithlum that Dorthonion was lost, and the sons of Finarfin overthrown, and the sons of Feanor were driven from their lands. Then Fingolfin beheld, as it seemed to him, the utter ruin of the Noldor, and the defeat beyond redress of all their houses. And filled with wrath and despair, he mounted upon Rohalor, his great horse, and rode forth alone, and none might restrain him. He passed over Dor Nufuiglith. Let me try that. He passed through Dor Newfauglith. Oh my gosh. The Elvish is giving me trouble today. He passed over Dor Newfauglith like a wind amid the dust, and all that beheld his onset fled in amaze, thinking that Orme himself was come. For a great madness of rage was upon him, so that his eyes shone like the eyes of the Valar. Thus he came alone to Angband's gates, and he sounded his horn and smote once more upon the brazen doors, and challenged Morgoth to come forth to single combat. And Morgoth came. That was the last time in those wars that he passed the doors of his stronghold, and it is said that he took not the challenge willingly. For though his might was greatest of all things in this world, alone of the Valar he knew fear. But he could not now deny the challenge before the face of his captains, for the rocks rang with the shrill music of Fingolfin's horn, and his voice came keen and clear down into the depths of Angband. And Fingolfin named Morgoth Craven, and Lord of Slaves. Therefore Morgoth came, climbing slowly from his subterranean throne, and the rumor of his feet was like thunder underground. And he issued forth clad in black armor, and he stood before the king like a tower, iron-crowned, and his vast shield, sable emblazoned, cast a shadow over him like a storm cloud. But Fingolfin gleamed beneath it as a star, for his mail was overlaid with silver, and his blue shield was set with crystals, and he drew his sword Ringil that glittered like ice. Then Morgoth hurled aloft Grond, the hammer of the underworld, and swung it down like a bolt of thunder, but Fingolfin sprang aside, and Grond rent a mighty pit in the earth, whence smoke and fire darted. Many times Morgoth essayed to smite him, and each time Fingolfin leapt away, as a lightning shoots from under a dark cloud. And he wounded Morgoth with 7 wounds, and 7 times Morgoth gave a cry of anguish, whereat the hosts of Angband fell upon their faces in dismay, and the cries echoed in the Northlands. But at the last the king grew weary, and Morgoth bore down his shield upon him. Thrice he was crushed to his knees, and thrice arose again and bore up his broken shield and stricken helm. But the earth was all rent and pitted around him. And he stumbled and fell backward before the feet of Morgoth, and Morgoth set his foot upon his neck, and the weight of it was like a fallen hill. Yet with his last and desperate stroke, Fingolfin hewed the foot with Ringil, and the blood gushed forth black and smoking and filled the pits of Grond. Thus died Fingolfin, High King of the Noldor, most proud and valiant of the elven kings of old. The orcs made no boast of that duel at the gate, neither do the elves sing of it, for their sorrow is too deep. Yet the tale of it is remembered still, for Thorondor, King of Eagles, brought the tidings to Gondolin, and to Heathlum afar off, and Morgoth took the body of the elven king and broke it, and would cast it to his wolves, but Thorondor came hasting from his eyrie among the peaks of the Chrysaegrim, and he stooped upon Morgoth and marred his face. The rushing of the wings of Thorondor was like the noise of the winds of Manwë, and he seized the body in his mighty talons, and soaring suddenly above the darts of the orcs, he bore the king away. And he laid him upon a mountain top that looked from the north upon the hidden valley of Gondolin, and Turgon, coming, built a high cairn over his father. No orc dared ever after to cross over the mount of Fingolfin or draw nigh to his tomb, until the doom of Gondolin was come and treachery was born among his kin. Morgoth went ever halt of 1 foot after that day, and the pain of his wounds could not be healed. And in his face was the scar that Thorondor made. Great was the lamentation in Heathlum when the fall of Fingolfin became known, and Fingon in sorrow took the lordship of that house of Fingolfin and the kingdom of the Noldor, but his young son Ereinion, who was after named Gil-galad, he sent to the Havens. There's a break there. The Fall of Fingolfin is such an epic passage to read. I only stumbled a couple times and I'm really proud of myself. That's a pretty epic passage. Alright. And I'm double checking here. Okay, I have one of the illustrations that I can share now. Let me look to see what the title of this plate is. This is 145. Okay. Okay, this one is called Fingolfin's Wrath. So I'm going to switch the camera so you guys can see it. There we go. So you can see just utter ruin around him. Trying to zoom in so you guys can see him. So that's Fingolfin. His glittering helm and his blue shield. And you see him making his way to the gate into Angband to issue his challenge of single combat with Morgoth, which unfortunately means his downfall, but he definitely takes a piece of Morgoth with him. So pretty epic. And all the lingering fires. Oh, I never noticed that detail before. There's also a lightning strike here. I didn't notice that before. It's so cool. So there's the illustration for the Fall of Fingolfin. Again, all artwork in this version is by Ted Nasmith. Okay. How are we doing so far? Any questions? I feel like that passage is pretty descriptive. I love some of the similes and metaphors that Tolkien uses when he describes the action there. So if there are no questions in chat, I will continue. Now Morgoth's power overshadowed the Northlands, but Barahir would not flee from Dorthonion, and remained contesting the land foot by foot with his enemies. Then Morgoth pursued his people to the death, until few remained, and all the forest of the northward slopes of that land was turned little by little into a region of such dread and dark enchantment that even the orcs would not enter it unless need drove them, and it was called Delduwath, and Taur Nuhuin, the forest under Nightshade. The trees that grew there after the burning were black and grim, and their roots were tangled, groping in the dark like claws. And those who strayed among them became lost and blind, and were strangled or pursued to madness by phantoms of terror. At last, so desperate was the case of Barahir that Emeldir, the man-hearted, his wife, whose mind was rather to fight beside her son and her husband than to flee, gathered together all the women and children that were left and gave arms to those that would bear them, and she led them into the mountains that lay behind, and so by perilous path, until they came at last with loss and misery to Brethiel. Some some were there received among the Haladin, but some passed over the mountains to Dor Lomin and the people of Galdor, Hador's son. And among those were Rian, daughter of Belagund, and Morwen, who was named Elethwen, that is Elfsheen, daughter of Baragund. But none ever saw again the men that they had left, for these were slain one by one until at last only 12 men remained to Barahir, Beren, his son, and Baragund and Belagund, his nephews, the sons of Bregolas, and 9 faithful servants of his house, whose names were long remembered in the songs of the Noldor. Radwin and Dairwin they were, Dagnir and Ragnor, Gildor and Gorlim the Unhappy, Arthad and Urthel, and Hathaldir. Oh, and Hathaldir, my bad, the young. Outlaws without hope they became, and a desperate band that could not escape and would not yield, for their dwellings were destroyed and their wives and children captured, slain, or fled. From Heathlum there came neither news nor help, and Barahir and his men were hunted like wild beasts, and they retreated to the barren highland above the forest, and wandered among the tarns and carny moors of that region, furthest from the spies and spells of Morgoth. Their bed was the heather, and their roof the cloudy sky. Yeah, Gorlim the Unhappy. Yeah, the unhappy part is a bit of an understatement. Poor Gorlim. And this is just personal background, but my partner was very active in a live journal community. This dates us a bit, but a live journal community called Milliways, which was the bar at the end of the world. And you could app any character from any canon ever. And they would all interact at the bar at the end of the world. And this was a huge online community. So my partner apped the character of Namo, the Doomsman of the Valar. So she apped Namo and played him as a character. This is like online roleplay. So she played Namo, and then one of her friends apped Gorlim. Gorlim the Unhappy. And he's a little ball of trauma. And the two of them had a romance. Because who else is gonna love Gorlim the Unhappy? Who's gonna love him other than Namo? So it's not canon at all. But whenever I think of Gorlim, I think of Gorlim having a relationship with Namo, because it's like the only person who will take him. Poor Gorlim. Basically what happens with Gorlim, and I think we might cover this, I'm not sure how far in detail it goes in the Silm, it's been a while. But let's see, I'm trying to look ahead to see what's going on. It might happen at the beginning of the next chapter, because the next chapter is Beren and Luthien, and Gorlim's part in that tale will probably be told. Spoiler alert, Gorlim basically betrays the House of Barahir and leads to everyone dying except for Beren, which is Barahir's son. So unhappy, unhappy, very, very, very unhappy, super unhappy. It's an understatement. But Morgoth, feeds him a bunch of lies and says, hey, we've got your wife. I mean, if you ever want to see your wife again, if you want to see her alive, ever, then you'll do what we want. You'll give us the location of Barahir. And eventually he gives in. and learns that he was betrayed, because of course he was. His wife is dead. So very unhappy. Not only did he lose his wife, but he also had to, for a very short time, live with the knowledge that he had betrayed his lord. For nothing. And then he dies. Good job, Gorlim. Very unhappy. But when I think of Gorlim, I think of him happy in a relationship with Namo, so it gets better. It gets better after you die. Oh, thank you so much for the roses over on TikTok. Thank you. Thank you. We got the kitty ears today because I wanted to feel cute. I'm sad, so I wanted to feel cute, and thus the kitty ears came out. So yes, we have a very small band of swarthy men trying their best to just pick off the enemy one by one. Let's continue. For nigh on 2 years after the Dagor Bragolach, the Noldor still defended the western pass about the sources of Sirion, for the power of Ulmo was in that water, and Minas Tirith withstood the orcs. Again, Minas Tirith is on Tol Sirion, which is an island encircled by the river. So there's a watchtower there, and that is the original Minas Tirith. We're men in tights. We roam around the forest looking for fights. It's accurate. I mean, it really is accurate. We may look like pansies, but what we say, or else we'll put out your lights. I don't know how prevalent tights were in the fashions of the Edain, but the story's accurate. Just a ragtag little group of men doing their best to rob from the rich and give to the poor. Except not. But no, that's not entirely inaccurate. Good job. Okay, so Minas Tirith withstood the orcs, right? But at length, after the fall of Fingolfin, Sauron, greatest and most terrible of the servants of Morgoth, who in the Sindarin tongue is named Gorthaur, came against Orodreth, the warden of the tower upon Tol Sirion. Sauron was become now a sorcerer of dreadful power, master of shadows and of phantoms, foul in wisdom, cruel in strength, misshaping what he touched, twisting what he ruled, lord of werewolves. His dominion was torment. Let's just marinate on that for a sec. The fashion of Middle-earth, that would be amazing. It's never gonna happen. I'd love it though. Just wow. His dominion was torment. He took Minas Tirith by assault, for a dark cloud of fear fell upon those that defended it, and Orodreth was driven out and fled to Nargothrond. Then Sauron made it into a watchtower for Morgoth, a stronghold of evil and a menace, and the fair isle of Tol Sirion became accursed, and it was called Tol in Gaurhoth, the Isle of Werewolves. And I just want to break down the Elvish there because it's fun. Tol is island, in is like of the, and Gaurhoth. Gaur are the werewolves. Hoth is a group suffix that's put onto a group of something that is viewed in a negative light. So this is what the elves ended up calling it. It was Tol in Gaurhoth. So it's like a group of werewolves. Fell beasts. But just Gaurhoth is an interesting construction, and I wanted to share that because I'm a geek and I love Elvish. It was called Tol in Gaurhoth, the Isle of Werewolves. No living creature could pass through that veil that Sauron did not espy from the tower where he sat, and Morgoth held now the western pass, and his terror filled the fields and woods of Beleriand. Beyond Heathlum, he pursued his foes relentlessly, and he searched out their hiding places and took their strongholds one by one. The orcs, growing ever bolder, wandered at will far and wide, coming down Sirion in the west and Kellon in the east, and they encompassed Doriath. And they harried the lands so that beast and bird fled before them, and silence and desolation spread steadily from the north. Many of the Noldor and the Sindar they took captive and led to Angband, and made them thralls, forcing them to use their skill and their knowledge in the service of Morgoth. And Morgoth sent out his spies, and they were clad in false forms, and deceit was in their speech. He made lying promises of reward, and with cunning words sought to arouse fear and jealousy among the peoples, accusing their kings and chieftains of greed and of treachery one to another. And because of the curse of the kinslaying at Alqualonde, these lies were often believed, and indeed, as the time darkened, they had a measure of truth, for the hearts and minds of the elves of Beleriand became clouded with despair and fear. But ever the Noldor feared most the treachery of those of their own kin, who had been thralls in Angband. For Morgoth used some of these for his evil purposes, and feigning to give them liberty sent them abroad, but their wills were chained to his, and they strayed only to come back to him again. Therefore, if any of his captives escaped in truth and returned to their own people, they had little welcome, and wandered alone, outlawed and desperate. To men, Morgoth feigned pity, if any would hearken to his messages, saying that their woes came only of their servitude to the rebel Noldor. But at the hands of the rightful lord of Middle-earth, they would get honor and a just reward of valor, if they would leave rebellion. Sorry, can't get a hold of the pages. There we go. But few men of the three houses of the Edain would give ear to him, not even were they brought to the torment of Angband. Therefore Morgoth pursued them with hatred, and he sent his messengers over the mountains. It is told that at this time the swarthy men came first into Beleriand. Some were already secretly under the dominion of Morgoth, and came at his call, but not all. For the rumor of Beleriand, of its lands and waters, of its wars and riches, went now far and wide, and the wandering feet of men were ever set westward in those days. These men were short and broad, long and strong in the arm. Their skins were swart or sallow, and their hair was dark as were their eyes. Their houses were many, and some had greater liking for the dwarves of the mountains than for the elves, but Maedhros, knowing the weakness of the Noldor and the Edain, whereas the pits of Angband seemed to hold store inexhaustible and ever renewed, made alliance with these new-come men, and gave his friendship to the greatest of their chieftains, Bor and Ulfang. And Morgoth was well content, for this was as he had designed. The sons of Bor were Borlad, Borlach, and Borthand, and they followed Maedhros and Maglor and cheated the hope of Morgoth and were faithful. The sons of Ulfang the Black were Ulfast and Ulwarth, and Uldor the Accursed, and they followed Caranthir and swore allegiance to him and proved faithless. So just to recap that, there are two families of these swarthy men that now start to filter into Beleriand. The two families are of Bor and Ulfang. Those of Bor allied themselves with Maedhros and Maglor, and they proved faithful. So they, gave up on Morgoth and all that BS. But unfortunately, the other group, the Sons of Ulfang, ended up proving faithless, so they were in league with Melkor the whole time. There was small love between the Edain and the Easterlings, and they met seldom, for the newcomers abode long in East Beleriand, but Hador's folk were shut in Heathlum, and Beor's house was well nigh destroyed. The people of Halath were at first untouched by the Northern War, for they dwelt to the southward in the forest of Brethiel. But now there was a battle between them and the invading orcs, for they were stout-hearted men and would not lightly forsake the woods that they loved. And amid the tale of defeats of that time, the deeds of the Haladin are remembered with honor. For after the taking of Minas Tirith, the orcs came through the western pass, and maybe would have ravaged even to the mouths of Sirion. But Halmir, lord of the Haladin, sent swift word to Thingol, for he had friendship with the elves that guarded the borders of Doriath. Then Beleg Strongbow, the chieftain of the Marchwardens of Thingol, brought great strength of the Sindar armed with axes to Brethiel. And issuing from the deeps of the forest, Halmir and Beleg took an orc legion at unawares and destroyed it. Therefore the black tide out of the north was stemmed in that region, and the orcs dared not cross the Teiglin for many years after. The people of Halath dwelt yet in a watchful peace in the forest of Brethiel, and behind their guard the kingdom of Nargothrond had respite, and mustered its strength. Okay, that's a good place to pause, because we have a couple more illustrations to share. Oh, thank you so much for the good thoughts. It's a rough weekend for me, I'll admit it. Valentine's Day gets difficult. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let me zoom out just a tad. There we go. So this is the after the death of Fingolfin. So this is his resting place at the top of one of the mountains. One of the encircling mountains of Gondolin. So Gondolin is the white city here, surrounded by all of its farmland. It's very well irrigated because it's surrounded by snowy mountains and the water has nowhere else to flow. So everything's really well irrigated down there. But that is Gondolin, and this is Fingolfin's resting place. And presumably that is Turgon, the king of Gondolin, who was Fingolfin's son. His second eldest, if I remember correctly. The eldest being Fingon. So there's that illustration. We'll zoom in a little bit on Gondolin. So very pretty, and you can see the center tower there. I am uncertain if there's that one teaser image for the TV show that has the pommel of a sword or a scepter. I think it's a scepter. But the head of it looks like a cityscape. I'm not sure if it's meant to represent Gondolin or Numenor, because Numenor also has towers. But I thought I'd at least share. So there's that one. And then and then this one. And let me double check really quickly which moment this is here. The orc host is ambushed in Brethiel. There you go. The orc host is ambushed in Brethiel. So this is the forest of Brethiel, which is where Haleth's people had settled, even though she's now gone. So these are meant to be the elves of Doriath, coming to the aid of the people of Haleth, the Haladim. And that's where we're currently at, so back to the reading. We gotta keep going, guys. Gotta keep going. Okay, so we just passed that image. At this time, Hurin and Huor, the sons of Galdor of Dorlomin, were dwelling with the Haladin, for they were kin. In the days before the Dagor Bragolach, those two houses of the Edain were joined at a great feast. When Galdor and Glorithel, the children of Hador Goldenhead, were wedded to Hareth and Haldir, the children of Halmir, Lord of the Haladin. The joining of families yet again. Thus it was that the sons of Galdor were fostered in Brethiel by Haldir, their uncle, according to the custom of men in that time. And they went both to that battle with the orcs, even Huor, for he would not be restrained, though he was but 13 years old. Little baby chibi Huor. But being with a company that was cut off from the rest, they were pursued to the ford of Brithiach, and there they would have been taken or slain but for the power of Ulmo, that was still strong in Sirion. That's the river, the main river. A mist arose from the river and hid them from their enemies, and they escaped over the Brithiach into Dimbar, and wandered among the hills beneath the sheer walls of the Chrysaegrim, until they were bewildered in the deceits of that land, and knew not the way to go, on or to return. There Thorondor espied them, and he sent 2 of his eagles to their aid, and the eagles bore them up, and brought them beyond the encircling mountains to the secret vale of Tumladen, and the hidden city of Gondolin, which no man yet had seen. There Turgon the king received them well, when he learned of their kin, for messages and dreams had come to him up Sirion from the sea, from Ulmo, Lord of Waters, warning him of foe to come and counseling him to deal kindly with the sons of the house of Hador, from whom help should come to him at need. Hurin and Huor dwelt as guests in the king's house for well nigh a year, and it is said that in this time Hurin learned much lore of the elves, and understood also something of the counsels and purposes of the king. For Turgon took great liking for the sons of Galdor, and spoke much with them. And he wished indeed to keep them in Gondolin out of love, and not only for his law that no stranger, be he elf or man, who ever found the way to the secret kingdom and looked upon the city should ever depart again, until the king should open the leaguer, and the hidden people should come forth. But Hurin and Huor desired to return to their people, and share in the wars and griefs that now beset them. And Hurin said to Turgon,
Lord, we are but mortal men, and unlike the Eldar, they may endure for long years awaiting battle with their enemies in some far distant day, but for us the time is short, and our hope and strength soon wither. Moreover, we did not find the road to Gondolin, and indeed we do not know surely where this city stands, for we were brought in fear and wonder by the highways of the air, and in mercy our eyes were veiled.
Then Turgon granted his prayer, and he said,
"By the way that you came, you have leave to depart, if Thorondor is willing. I grieve at this parting, yet in a little while, as the Eldar account it, we may meet again."
But Maeglin, the king's sister son, who was mighty in Gondolin, grieved not at all at their going, though he begrudged them the favor of the king, for he had no love for any of the kindred of men. And he said to Húrin,
"The king's grace is greater than you know, and the law has become less stern than aforetime, or else no choice would be given to you but to abide here to your life's end."
Then Húrin answered him,
"The king's grace is great indeed, but if our word is not enough, then we will swear oaths to you."
And the brothers swore never to reveal the counsels of Turgon, and to keep secret all that they had seen in his realm. Then they took their leave, and the eagles coming bore them away by night, and set them down in Dorlomin before the dawn. Their kinsfolk rejoiced to see them, for messengers from Brethiel had reported that they were lost, but they would not declare even to their father where they had been, save that they were rescued in the wilderness by the eagles that brought them home. But Galdor said,
"Did you then dwell a year in the wild, or did the eagles house you in their eyries? But you found food and find raiment, and return as young princes, not as waifs of the wood."
And Húrin answered,
"Be content that we have returned, for only under an oath of silence was this permitted."
Then Galdor questioned them no more, but he and many others guessed at the truth, and in time the strange fortune of Húrin and Húr reached the ears of the servants of Morgoth. Whew, and I need to take a second here in order to get some water. And I also need a quick restroom break. So we're going to take a quick bio break before we continue onward. There's still a bit more in this chapter. So everybody enjoy the pause screen. I will be back in just a minute. All right, I'll be right back, everybody. Told you it wouldn't be long. Okay, we are back. Can I read a card for you? I don't know what you mean. do not know what you mean, but if you're still there, please explain. Elaborate. But welcome back, everybody. Let's continue. For those who may have joined in the last minute, we are reading the Quenta Silmarillion. We are on chapter 18 of the Ruin of Beleriand and the Fall of Fingolfin. We've already passed the Fall of Fingolfin. We're working on the Ruin of Beleriand. And there's not too much more. I think we've got 2 more pages. So we're almost there. Almost there. I'm almost there. So, okay. So people were guessing at the truth of where Huor and Hurin had been. Oh, I think this is a tarot card reading. Yeah, no, I don't do that. That's not what I do. I can write your name in Elvish, but I don't do cards. I know some of their meanings. Like, if someone gives me a reading, I usually know the basics of what the cards are saying, but definitely not my specialty. Thank you, though. Maybe someday. I would want to really well verse myself in it, though, before I just start doing readings. If I was doing that, I would want to give it the proper respect. But the cards don't dictate your life. They can help you put yourself into a state of mind where you're more introspective, so you might see things more clearly. But they don't actually change anything. So you can take what you want from them, is what I'm saying. But I would not pull cards unless I were much more immersed into it, and I'm not. So, not this time. I wonder if elves had a divination format similar to tarot. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. We do know that Galadriel, in her own way, scries, right? She uses the mirror of Galadriel to see things that were, things that are, and some things that have not yet come to pass. So that's about as close as we get, I think. It can be a clarifying ritual, exactly. Help you to focus and get into a different mindset. Hopefully you can see things more objectively. Because it's hard to do that when you're in the middle of something. Okay. So let's get back to the last couple pages, and then I can do a Q&A session. Now when Turgon learned of the breaking of the Leaguer of Angband, he would not suffer any of his own people to issue forth to war, for he deemed that Gondolin was strong, and the time not yet ripe for its revealing. But he believed also that the ending of the siege was the beginning of the downfall of the Noldor, unless aid should come. And he sent companies of the Gondolindrim in secret to the mouths of Sirion and the Isle of Balar. There they built ships and set sail into the uttermost west upon Turgon's errand, seeking for Valinor, to ask for pardon and aid of the Valar. And they besought the birds of the sea to guide them. But the seas were wild and wide, and shadow and enchantment lay upon them, and Valinor was hidden. Therefore none of the messengers of Turgon came into the west, and many were lost and few returned. But the doom of Gondolin drew nearer. Rumor came to Morgoth of these things, and he was unquiet amid his victories, and he desired greatly to learn tidings of Felagund and Turgon, for they had vanished out of knowledge, and yet were not dead, and he feared what they might yet accomplish against him. Of Nargothrond he knew indeed the name, but neither its place nor its strength, and of Gondolin he knew nothing, and the thought of Turgon troubled him the more. Therefore he sent forth ever more spies into Beleriand, but he recalled the main hosts of the orcs to Angband, for he perceived that he could not yet make a final and victorious battle until he had gathered new strength, and that he had not measured rightly the valor of the Noldor, nor the might in arms of the men that fought beside them. Great though his victory had been in the Bragolach and in the years after, and grievous the harm that he had done to his enemies, his own loss had been no less. And though he held Dorthonion and the pass of Sirion, the Eldar, recovering from their first dismay, began now to regain what they had lost. Thus Beleriand in the south had a semblance of peace again for a few brief years, but the forges of Angband were full of labor. When 7 years had passed since the fourth battle, Morgoth renewed his assault, and he sent a great force against Hithlum. The attack on the passes of the Shadowy Mountains was bitter, and in the siege of Aethelsirion, Galdor the Tall, the Lord of Dor-Lomin, was slain with an arrow. That fortress he held on behalf of Fingon, the High King, and in that same place his father Hador, Lorindol, died but a little time before. Húrin, his son, was then newly come to manhood, but he was great in strength both of mind and body, and he drove the orcs with heavy slaughter from Ered Wethrin, and pursued them far across the sands of Anfauglith. But King Fingon was hard put to it to hold back the army of Angband that came down from the north, and battle was joined upon the very plains of Hithlum. There Fingon was outnumbered, but the ships of Círdan sailed in great strength up the firth of Drengist, and in the hour of need the elves of the Falas came upon the host of Morgoth from the west. Then the orcs broke and fled, and the Eldar had the victory, and their horsed archers pursued them even into the Iron Mountains. Thereafter Húrin, son of Galdor, ruled the house of Hador in Dor-Lomin, and served Fingon. Húrin was of less stature than his fathers, or his son after him, but he was tireless and enduring in body, lithe and swift under the manner of his mother's kin, Hareth of the Haladin. His wife was Morwen Eledwen, daughter of Baragund of the house of Beor, she who fled from Dorthonion with Rian, daughter of Belegund, and Emeldir, the mother of Beren. In that time also the outlaws of Dorthonion were destroyed, as is told hereafter, and Beren, son of Barahir, alone escaping came hardly into Doriath. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sudden, intense tingle in the nose. But thus ends chapter 18. So we are now finished for today. Questions? Any questions about what we read today? I hope I did a good job of giving you guys as much of a visual aid as possible. Oh my gosh, I can feel that tingle in my nose still. No! It's like you feel a sneeze coming, but it won't come. Thank you. Gosh, I don't know what I did to my fingers yesterday, but the knuckles in my hand are really sore today. Maybe it's a weather thing? I don't know. And I don't know why it would just be 2 fingers. I haven't done anything with just, the 2 fingers of my right hand. It's like you would think at least my thumb would be sore as well from gripping something or something. I don't know. I don't know what's up. Ah, thank you. I'm glad you like the live streams. These are fun, and it's so much more fun to read the book aloud, honestly. It's a challenge because I'm not always the most articulate of people. I do try. But it's a great practice for me with the Elvish. Honestly, that's half of the reason I do it, is because I know how to speak Elvish, but I don't get a lot of practice. So at least saying all of the names really helps me trill my R's better. No problem, Brian. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me read. But yes, the practice with the Elvish is honestly great for me. I'm glad I finally got to take a look at the Fall of Fingolfin, because that's such an awesome passage. So this brings us to chapter 19 of Beren and Luthien, so we will be covering Beren and Luthien next time. Let's see how long... I know it's a long chapter. It's a very long chapter. Beren and Luthien could probably be 2 live streams, not just 1. There are so many illustrations, too. Holy cow. My word. That is a super long area there. Okay, so we go from page 152 to 178. That's all one chapter. That's chapter 19. Wow. So we're talking 35 pages. Now, granted, there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 illustrations, so it's actually 12 pages less than that. We should be able to get it done in a single live stream. It'll be a little bit of a long one, but it's a very engaging story. So I think we'll try and do all of chapter 19 next time, and that's a good chunk of the book. So I look forward to that. That'll be fun. That'll really jump us ahead. That'll get us past the halfway point in the book. Because we're a little bit shy of halfway, but after we finish chapter 19, we will be halfway through the book. And that's the entire book. So that's including the Akalabeth, including the bit about the Third Age and the Rings of Power. And then you do have a chunk of pages at the end, which is all just index and explanation of character names and stuff like that. Ooh. My belly just grumbled hardcore. When you were 13, you learned the Futhark. So the runes. You learned runes because you were bored. I mean, same, basically. I wasn't that young. I was 14 or 15? 14. I was 14 when Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring came out. I was 14. And following that, I went bonkers over the elves. Absolutely 100% off the deep end bonkers. So I was doing everything I could to learn Elvish. I was learning the Tengwar on my own. I started reading fan fiction, and that started me on my sexual identity journey. Fun times. Because the vast majority of fan fiction, if it was not self-insert fan fiction, which there's a lot of that too, if it was not self-insert, then 9 times out of 10 it was slash fiction. Slash fiction meaning male, primarily. Some female, some of it, but most of it was gay fiction. And I was like, wow, I identify this, and I like this, and what does that make me? So Thanks, Tolkien. Thanks, fandom. Ah, you're learning Tengwar now at 15. Nice. Nice. It's a process, and it takes practice. You just have to keep doing it. Every day if you can. Do a little bit of practice every day. It will stick if you are immersing yourself in it enough. It'll get repetitive, and it'll finally stick. I don't practice enough. I really don't. It helped you cheat on tests. Oh no. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that at all. I never used Elvish to cheat on stuff. Ooh, kitty. There's a kitty behind me. Is that Alana?
Hi, kitten. What are you doing? What?
Wow, my tummy's really rumbling. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Hopefully not. Order at a drive-thru in Elvish. Oh my gosh, that would be really funny. But I mean, it wouldn't be too difficult, because you would just be saying the menu items primarily in English, because they don't have Elvish equivalents. So all you would be saying is Aniron, like I desire, followed by that, followed by the item you want. Oh, I was reading the other day. This was somewhere in the vastness that is the history of Middle-earth. I was reading of the currency used by men, because the elves don't have a set currency. It's just sort of assumed that they barter. Or that, when people need something, it's just given to them, and everyone just works in harmony. It's very utopian. But there's no set currency. Tolkien never gave a currency to the elves. But he did give a currency to mortal men. And there are actually, I know, elves are communists. Those damn commie elves. It's not completely inaccurate. They're definitely socialists at the very least. Oh, and there's Gray.
Hi, Gray.
Both of my kitties are in the room. Fresh from their afternoon of cuddling in the sunbeams. Most likely. Men are total capitalists. It's super true. But yeah, there is no currency given to the elves. Doesn't mean that they don't have one. It just means that Tolkien never specified. Whereas with mortal men, he specified. There was a silver coin that was used. I forget the name of it. I think it was like a Mirion or something. I'd have to look it up to be extra sure. And then there was a smaller coin that was literally one of the silver coins cut in quarters. I don't think they even reshaped it. I think it was just cut in corners. And that was considered the lesser bit of the currency. So, yeah, it's interesting. Could I translate Michael into Elvish? You mean a name translation? I do those through my website. I do those through my website. Because it's never just, a straightforward translation. It's always looking at the base language for your original name, and what it means, what your name means in that language. So, example, my given name is Christina, which I fucking hate, but my given name is Christina. I go by Kris, but either way, Christopher, Christina, Christine, all of that, is all basically a name that means believer in Christ. And I'm like, well, that won't translate because there's no Christ in Middle-earth. So what now? Which means that I had to get creative and actually make up a name for myself. I had to do the same. I'm working on a bridal party at the moment, where I did 10 name translations for all of the bridal party members. One of them was named Christopher, and I was like, well, that one doesn't translate, so you're going to have to describe this person to me, and I will try to give them a name that suits them. So that's what I do, but that is a paid service that I do. So if you are interested in getting your Elvish name, you have two options. One, you can go on my Patreon, and you can join the tier on my Patreon that gets you your Elvish name. Also comes with other benefits, but that's one of them. So if you want to do that, you can do it through my Patreon, where you get extra stuff. If you just want your name done, you can contact me through my website on the contact page. My website is elfboy.com, elf-boi.com. There is a contact me page there, and you can leave me a message. Just remind me, hey, I was in your live stream. I would like my name Michael translated, please. The name translation fee is $20. But that doesn't just, I don't just email you the translation. I do a full breakdown with translation notes if there are any, and I also write the name in the various Tengwar fonts. And typically it's written in two different styles, two different modes. It's written in a Tetar mode, which is the one that has all the little pretty accents on top of it, like you see on the One Ring speech. And I write it in mode of Beleriand, which is what you see when you look at the Doors of Durin, where it doesn't really tend to have a lot of accents. Everything's just written in a straight line. Basically, the vowels have their own Tengwar characters, versus in the Tetar mode, vowels are all used as diacritics, which are accents. So, $20, you get all the information. And that 20 also includes if your name is like mine and does not translate, it includes me going back and forth and figuring something out for you. So, some are a bit more labor intensive than others. But it's just a flat fee. I keep it simple. If I end up doing a lot of extra work and you feel like tipping me, you can, but I still keep it a flat fee. Your name is an animal, so that should be easy. Yeah, go to Patreon if you want to. I have been neglecting my Patreon, I will say that up front. I need to do more with my Patreon. I've been meaning to update my Patreon with all, the information of what I'm doing with my interior design stuff, and I haven't taken the time. Yeah, see, I mean, you're talking about, an animal name, that should be easy. It depends. Because a lot of animals don't have translated versions in Neo-Sindarin. Relative of the magpie, but it's more black. I know nothing about birds. And honestly, there are actually not enough bird translation names. The closest you would be able to get... Oh, okay, raven. Cool. I was gonna say, the closest you'd be able to get would be raven or crow. And that's actually given in the movies. So it wouldn't be very difficult. Ah, but not in English. Gotcha. Okay. Now I'm curious. The Norwegian word for raven. Okay. I have no idea what that word is. Go ahead and put it in chat. I'm curious. Just raven? Ooh. Just cut the E out of there. That's cool. I like that. Names are neat. I'll accept mine. Mine's kind of lame. I'm like, why'd my parents have to name me after Christ? Come on. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? I'm like, I'm not even Christian, y'all. Like, whoopsie, joke's on you. Believer in Christ. Ha 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 ha. didn't turn out that way. Thank you, I like my ears. These are from my time when I was a Wizzy Witch, a Wizards Unite YouTuber. I always felt lucky that they considered me part of their group because I'm non-binary, so it's weird to be included in any group. Or you sort of, it's one way or the other. Either you don't expect to be included in any group at all, or you hope that you're included in every group because you're non-binary and you don't identify either way. I love being included in groups with guys because I'm more female presenting, so people just sort of assume I am female by default. The short hair helps a little bit. It gives me more of the androgyny vibe. But yeah, I was counted amongst the group of Wizzy Witches, and because I'm queer AF, they gave me the rainbow ears. I approve. You got an argument with your Sunday school teacher when you were little. She said you were named for a saint, and you're like, no, I was named for my aunt. No, has nothing to do with the saints. After the books, how does the Elven language evolve? That would be a tough question for me to answer, because I'm not super well versed in it. It has evolved over our time based on our understanding of Tolkien's notes, and we've gotten more and more access over time to Tolkien's notes, thanks to the elf conners. These are the people who just take time out of their day. They aren't being paid for it, for the most part, to my knowledge. But they go through all of Tolkien's notes, and they compile them into meal-sized nuggets for us, and they release those in a newsletter called the Parma Eldalamberon. I forget which issue we're on. I think we're on issue 21 of Parma Eldalamberon. I could be wrong. Issue 17 was very important. We learned a lot in issue 17 that really revolutionized what people were doing with the language. The version of Elvish that I learned was back in 2004. And there's been so much new information that has been released from the Tolkien estate since then that it completely changed. So a lot of my older videos on my TikTok channel are actually inaccurate. It is 2004 version of Neo-Sindarin, versus now I am learning 2017 plus Neo-Sindarin. Sweet. Okay. We're on 22, waiting for 23. Okay, I was close. People sometimes point out things that, like, this was from this, why don't you know this? It's like, because I haven't read the Parma Eldalamberon texts, okay? I've never put myself forth as being a linguist or a complete expert on Elvish. I try to be careful to not use that terminology. I don't view myself as an expert. I view myself as a big fan. I'm still learning. I'm still refining my Elvish. I know more than your basic layman, and I usually know enough to help people with names and basic translations. If something's out of my depth, I have no problem saying so. And that's when I would point you to someone like Fiona Jolings, who's an actual linguist and has made it her business to know up-to-date Elvish. She literally wrote the book. Flag without the L? Yeah. Duh. Do you know me? Obviously not, if you're just realizing this. Yeah, bitch, what of it? I'll say, if I have to block you, I will, but this is not news to anybody. And I'm kind of proud of it, so whatever. A umbrella term. No, you can't join my live discussion, but thank you. Thank you for the interest. Hi! Hi, Dragon from TikTok. Welcome. Oh yeah, yeah. The queer is strong in the Tolkien community. People just don't like acknowledging it. But, like, it's hard to go very far in fandom without finding queer folk. So, one should not be surprised. But I'm non-binary trans, which means every relationship I'm in is queer because I am. Thank you. Elves are totally fruity. I get behind that. I'm not denying that. I actually really like the way that Peter Jackson portrayed them as being very androgynous. I liked that interpretation. Now, the Amazon series is rolling that back just a tad, which I also don't mind. I'm not offended by it. I love seeing elves of color. Hell yes. But I do wish they had kept the long hair, but that's just personal preference on my part. Most characters are not specified as having long or short hair. So that is completely up for interpretation. It's going to be different in every adaptation of the work. But I liked the long hair because, especially for guys, it makes them appear more androgynous. So, personal preference. Yeah, the safety and security of the good in Tolkien, in the Tolkien universe, is a bastion of safety for LGBTQIA+. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Oh, Amazon's winning a lot of people over there. I mean, I know the backlash is very loud. There's a very vocal backlash against the, oh no, elves aren't supposed to be black. Elves aren't supposed to be anything but white. And I'm like, granted, some peoples and some specific persons in Elven society, as Tolkien wrote them, are described specifically as being a certain appearance. Most of them, it's not specified, but some of them, it's like they tend to be like this, in general. There's always going to be variants. I think the reason people assume that elves are across the board white is for two reasons. Bear with me. One, the author is white, and we tend to just write what we know, so Tolkien being an old white guy means that we sort of default, especially us white readers, we tend to default all of the characters as being like the author. So there's that, and that's just, it's a psychological thing. We tend to do that in general with the books that we read. Especially coming from a place of white privilege, we see ourselves in almost everything that we read. We don't assume that there are people of color unless it is outright stated, because we are used to everything being catered toward us as white folk, okay? So there's that. Number two, the reason I think people assume that every elf is white is because they were born initially under starlight only. So one could make the assumption that they were very pale because they weren't exposed to sunlight. Therefore, there's no need for melanin, necessarily. So we can go that direction too. And it's a relatively valid argument, but then you have to get into the theological side of things and say, okay, God knew the sun and moon were going to be a thing. And since this entire world, the entire theme was sung ahead of time, you would think that the god that created the elves, Eru, Ilúvatar, would have created them predisposed to being able to deal with the sun and moon as they would later appear. And at that point, everything's up in the air. We don't know. We don't know. Because dark elves has nothing to do with their skin tone and everything to do with the fact that they didn't go to see the light of the two trees in Valinor. That's it. So typically, we don't really think too much about elven skin color, skin tone, until we get to very specific elves, like Maeglin we read about last week. Maeglin specifically is super pale. He is pale as frickin' snow, and he's got really dark black hair. And that is given as a specific descriptor of him. We know Galadriel is blonde, because it's in her freaking name. We know that Gil-galad is silver-haired. We don't know about his skin tone, but silver-haired at the very least, because he gleams like silver in battle, even at night. So there are certain times... Oh, thank you so much! Thank you for joining my Patreon. So there are certain elves where it's very clearly stated what they are and what they are not. But there's plenty of wiggle room. There's plenty of wiggle room. I'm happy to see that wiggle room exploited. Yeah, Maeglin is basically Snow White, except not. Except bad things happen. Except bad things happen. I mean, a parent tried to kill them, so I mean, that's kind of in line with the myth. Oh no, why? Why are we going here? Yes, I agree. Fox Rose over on TikTok is saying, I love the Peter Jackson interpretations, but his adaptation has monopolized the perception. Exactly. And that's a shortcoming of the Peter Jackson adaptation. Because, I mean, you look at older adaptations, you look at the animated adaptations. The elves look like little goblins. They don't look like people. They're anthropomorphic, but they're not human looking. They wouldn't have been played by human actors, right? They're crouched, and they look more like Gollum, honestly. They look very crouched and gaunt in certain ways. Very bug-eyed. And their skin tones run the gamut. They're all sorts of weird greenish gray skin tones. You look at Thranduil. Yeah, green Thranduil. Exactly. And so people are like, elves can't be black. I'm like, what? But they can be greenish gray? Like, let's relax a little bit. Everyone's just been very spoiled in some ways. I think a lot of white people think that it's just the norm because for the last 20 years, the only interpretation we've had of the elves is white people. And that's something that it was an aesthetic choice that Peter Jackson made, and now it's causing some issues. Because, like you said, it set the expectation. And the expectation isn't necessarily grounded in what Tolkien wrote. And Tolkien was adamantly against racial division. I don't know if he was born in South Africa or if he just lived in South Africa, but dude was in South Africa during apartheid, and he hated it. He despised it. There's a quote, like, of him despising it, quote, to his very bones. So we can sort of assume that Tolkien would have been okay including people of color, because he didn't want to exclude them. That was never his point. Yeah, go watch the animated stuff. The Russian version is so funny. I watched that with Dawn during a live stream. I'm like, wait a second, what just happened? Which Hobbit is which? I can't tell. Yeah, and you're gonna get people who are even reacting badly to characters that are well established. There's already criticism that Galadriel appears very young, but the actor who was chosen for Celeborn is far older looking. And actually they should have been relatively close in age or appearance. Galadriel's been through some shit, but so is Celebrimbor, like about the same. Like, if you were going to say, well, Celebrimbor's been through some stuff and therefore is more aged, Galadriel would be right there with him, because they're about the same age. Close enough. I haven't watched the second season of The Witcher. I haven't watched it. Sorry. I need to at some point. Yes, I have 2 kitties, and both their food and their litter box is in that area there. So you'll see them pass every so often. I want to get a kitty tree so they can be, like, visible during my streams, and it would give them a place to snuggle that's close to me, so they aren't up in my stuff walking all over my desk while I'm streaming, which is what they tend to do. Finrod rock opera? Lay of Lathian rock opera? I didn't even know that was a thing. Cool. Would Tolkien have opinions and criticisms on some of the individual casting choices for the show? Probably. Would he straight up object to diversity casting? I like to think not. That's basically where I stand on it. I think he would recognize that there's wiggle room. I think that as the author, Tolkien would have the prerogative to like or dislike anything. But also, as the author, he sold the rights. And without putting stipulations on that of, I have final say on this, because he did, without having those sorts of stipulations, ultimately it's up to the interpretation of the person holding the rights, which in this case is Amazon. Important to show the problem of racism in that world. I mean, we obviously have things in here a little bit. Even just talking about the different houses of the Edain. That you have the Edain and then you have the Swarthy Men. The Swarthy Men are the Easterlings, which Easterling is a very vague term that Tolkien uses more than once, and it's just for mortal men from the east. But from the east of the current area that's being focused on, because the Easterlings for the people in Beleriand are anybody who was past the Blue Mountains, versus the Easterlings in Middle-earth during the Third Age, when we're dealing with Gondor and Mordor, we're mostly dealing with people of Rhûn or beyond. And so east is subjective. And therefore, there's a lot of wiggle room of what do these people look like? We don't know. I thought it was an interesting choice to make the Easterlings appear to be kind of like Middle Eastern. There was sort of that, for lack of a better word, and don't butcher me for this because I don't know enough about the area to speak on it, but Persian? Question mark? It's sort of a Persian vibe to them. My exposure to that part of the world is super limited, so I'm not sure if that's accurate. Feel free to correct me. But they had sort of a Persian vibe. Which I actually thought was kind of cool. Just like they made the Haradrim very darkly skinned. But both of these populations, they really villainized them in Peter Jackson's films in a way that I don't think was the best. Again, it comes with repercussions. It's like, it's good to include, but it's also bad to vilify like an entire people that looks a certain way. You read recently that Tolkien was thinking of Egypt when he wrote about Numenor. That would be interesting. That would be quite interesting. Because people like to think that Egyptians were all, you know, lighter-skinned Mediterranean folk, but a lot of them were African-looking. It's like we have these preconceived notions of what different populations look like, and we're usually completely freaking wrong as white folk. People don't like admitting that. I think you would probably recognize the value and importance of diverse casting in a show that will probably have a huge audience. Yes. That's the other thing. Tolkien was astounded by the response to his work. Because originally he had been like, oh, I think it'll just be like a mythos for the English folk. It's going to be a relatively small audience. And immediately he was like, oh my god, like people in the US are reading this, people in Africa are reading, everyone is reading this. Okay. Right. Faramir's reflection is telling to me. That Faramir reflects, are they truly evil at heart? You know, the Haradrim and the Easterlings, the ones that he encounters. You know, did he have a family? Does this guy have children? Have I just destroyed a family? And doesn't that make me just as much a monster? That sort of reflection on how war makes everyone evil. And that war corrupts people that are innocent on all sides. Ah, thank you so much. I will see you around. Peace. But yeah, I think that sort of conversation is important to have. And I don't think, like, I'm glad they at least included that line. They included a little bit of that. I think we only get one line in the normal theatrical release of The Two Towers. Pretty sure. And then in the extended, he goes on for a few extra lines. But I feel like that wasn't really... it wasn't pushed very, very hard in there. No problem, Max. Hey, thank you for being here and helping me be awesome.
Hi, are you coming up now? Hi, kitten. Lana?
Trying to see if I can get my kitty up here.
Hey, kitten. What are you doing?
Oh, nope, she's flopped. She's flopped. It's over.
Are you coming up? Do you want to come up, kitten? There's room for you.
No, she likes the rugs. She likes the rugs a lot. So that's not happening. She might jump up here if I ignore her long enough. But yeah, I do like the diverse casting. I think there's plenty of wiggle room to include a lot more people, and you're absolutely right. With a more global audience, it's a good idea to include different kinds of people. And I'm looking back up in chat, and I saw that there was a note that someone's hoping for androgynous Anatar. I hope so too. I hope. It would be very nice. It would be very, very nice to see an andro Anatar. Because it's supposed to be like an everybody would want this guy. Like everyone would be attracted to this. It's kind of like how a lot of people feel when they look at K-pop idols. And they're like, I'm a straight man. But Jimin is gorgeous. That is a handsome man right there. That is a pretty man. We want that sort of reaction. And part of it is that K-pop idols, the K-pop aesthetic is a lot more androgynous than what we are used to here in America. And so people are like, I'm having feels and I don't know what I'm feeling and this is scary. Because they don't vilify feminism quite so much over there. Therefore, it's part of the aesthetic, as unrealistic as that aesthetic tends to be for the general population. But the smooth, dewy skin, the larger lips, the hair being of a certain length, like the softness that is typical in K-pop idols, is celebrated over there, and it makes people feel a certain way. But that sort of androgyny is exactly what I would want to see in Anatar, for sure. I would love to see that. Would love it. Wouldn't it be amazing if they cast an Asian actor as Anatar? Once again, it's the problem is that there isn't enough diverse casting for it to not be a big deal that a specific kind of person is chosen for the bad guy. Which is the problem with including queer people as well. We don't only want the bad guy to be the gay guy, because it plays into a really negative narrative in the queer coding of evil. You look at Scar or Ursula or Jafar, and they're all queer coded in Disney. They all have effeminate ways of speech. They have, Scar goes, oh, well, I should practice my curtsy. And he does a sassy walk away from Mufasa. So, it's all queer coded. Hi, kitten. Hi. Oh, we got her now. Hi, kitten. This is Alana. Such a pretty girl. But yeah, in order to not play into the stereotype that only evil people are this type of person, whatever, fill in the blank, you need to have more representation of that kind of person. So that you aren't just saying, well, evil people are gay. Evil people are gay. Evil people are androgynous. Evil people are Asian or black or not white, right? Like, give us more diversity across the entire cast, and that won't be as much of a problem. And then it's just incidental that the bad guy happens to be this way too. Anatar doesn't appear in the appendices. Oh, that would complicate things, wouldn't it? Because Anatar is specifically Silmarillion and History of Middle-earth. Ooh. Right, I did hear about that, Mikey, mentioning that China has banned a lot of K-pop artists because they think that K-pop spreads weakness. It's against the narrative of what they want masculinity to be. And therefore it is threatening, and therefore it is outlawed. It's so dumb. So fucking dumb. Patriarchy sucks. Cats are gods. Yeah, basically. The kitty rules this house. Everything is set up to be better for my cats. Yes. The true meaning of being pussy whipped. But yeah, so oh gosh, that does complicate things when you think about it. I really should just pull out my version of Lord of the Rings and look at the appendices. Because if that's all that they have the rights to, which is what they said during the interview about with Vanity Fair. Who's we? Like us queer people? Making the best villains? We just make the best people in general. Evil is just incidental. You can have a sassy gay friend, and you can have a sassy gay enemy, and both of them are going to be amazing people. Yeah, Anatar Osten Edil. Yeah. Like, it would be extremely difficult to tell the origin story of the Rings of Power and leave Anatar out. Because that's literally the whole thing. Be gay, do crime. They can do extensive Tengwar and Kirth documentation with the appendices, that's true. They definitely can do whatever they want with that. Sorry guys, I've been live for like almost 4 hours now. We'll probably draw this to a close. So we are definitely done for today with the reading. And we'll hit Beren and Luthien next week. I wasn't sure if I was going to go live today or not, but I woke up and I was like, I'm feeling it. Let's do it. Let's do it anyway. I'm sad, but usually when I'm sad, the extra company helps. So, happy to be here with you guys. You keep me sane when I'm dealing with my grief. Oh gosh, I have worn the edge of this book so badly, and it makes me feel bad just because this is a very nice, deluxe, limited edition copy. I also was supposed to get one of the really nice red leather-bound versions of The Lord of the Rings that they released last year, the 2021 version. I purchased it, and it's still shipping, but delayed from Amazon UK, and I'm like, guys, if I don't have it by now, I'm probably never getting it, and y'all owe me a refund. Then again, I don't know if it, I don't know if I'd have to double check to see if they charged me for it or not. Yeah, the Beren and Luthien story is fantastic. I don't know if anyone's ever going to get the rights to it. I don't know that the Tolkien estate will let anybody at that particular story, because it's particularly beloved by Tolkien. That was his epic love story, you know? He was super protective of Beren and Luthien as just an entire concept. So I don't know that the rights for that will ever go anywhere. I think it would make a great movie. Or miniseries. You could do a miniseries based on that. You could do an entire multi-season TV show about the Silmarillion. Plenty of drama in the first stage, good lord. Yeah, first 2 episodes are supposed to be like a brief 3-hour history of the First Age. But it's also going to be a reorganization. It's going to be a reorganization in order to set things up for the Second Age as it will be portrayed in these seasons of TV. Okay, so Day with My Mom ended up not happening. Apparently my mom's having car issues, and she didn't feel like she would be able to make the trip until she got her car fixed, and she can't get her car fixed until next week. So, postponement of the family visit, which is okay. It would have been nice if she had told me that several days ago. When she knew. My mom isn't always the best communicator in the world. She tries, but she's also super busy. She is a businesswoman, and so she's running like a headless chicken 9 times out of 10. So she'll be coming next week, late next week, I think, which honestly is fine for me. It gives me a chance to rest today a bit and prepare for tomorrow. Because there will be a lot of hype tomorrow, and then I'm going to immediately have the crash on Valentine's Day. Because I'm going to be super emotional not having my partner around. So it's going to be a really wild couple of days. I'm glad that my mom won't be here for that. She'll be here after that. It's better for my comfort when she catches me after I've had my crash. The Luthien, yeah. Beren, stay here. Stay safe. She's like, bitch, please, what? It's like, I'm gonna cast this spell and I'm gonna, like, be more badass than you are. Because hell yeah, Luthien. Luthien is one of those characters that I have mixed emotions on. Like, I love that she's badass, I love that she carries her own weight, but I dislike the way she plays into certain Mary Sue tropes. Everyone loves her, everyone wants her, she is amazing, and just, there's not a whole lot of true hardship there. She just kicks ass and ultimately gets everything that she wants. And to me that's boring. But I love how kick-ass she is, so I can't really be angry at her. Going to sleep, bye. Bye! Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging out, and hopefully you enjoyed the reading. Baron and Luthien next time. It's gonna be a wild ride with that one. Luthien kind of like Aurora. Norwegian singer that has to be a fae. I'd have to look. I think I know who you're talking about. I don't know if you guys can hear much of the background music at this point. Because I think I have it pretty soft, but if I turn this up. So, the background music that I use in my stream, not on TikTok, on the other ones. If you're on YouTube, or Twitch. The background music that I use in my setup here is by Øystein Ramfjord, who is the mastermind behind Amethystium, which is a new age group that I have been listening to since the year 2000. And it's not even a group. I think it's just him. But his music is fantastic and I love it. I contacted him and he gave me blanket permission to use any of his music in my work. This one specifically is nice because it loops. It automatically loops. And also it's not commercialized, so it's never been published by anyone and therefore it won't trigger any copyright claims. Amethystium. I'll type it in chat. Yeah, Amethystium. Highly recommend if you like that sort of new age with a beat. It's like relaxation music, but it has a beat to it, so it's more on the new age part of the spectrum. I say reserve judgment, Mikey. Reserve judgment until we see it, okay? Because styling and visual effects can make a huge difference sometimes. And it all depends on how it's portrayed. So I hesitate to say anything, make any judgment on the actor that they chose. You never know. You never know how hot someone's gonna be and what vibe they're going to put out on the screen. I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see how they end up portraying him, and it will... Celebrimbor is a tough character. It's a tough character. Ooh, stream elements, why did you do that? I didn't realize that it was pushing out that link. I mean, thank you to anyone who does make a donation, but I don't have the effects. I don't have the effects set up yet. Soon. Basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up a, if you donate something, if you donate during my live streams, it will trigger an effects thing. It'll make everything go sparkly. Explosion of stars and sparkles and shimmer time. Because I'm queer and I love it. But I haven't set it up yet, so if anyone does donate, thank you, but don't do it just because you think you're gonna get special effects on stream, because I haven't set it up yet. I didn't know that 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 message was live. It shouldn't be. I didn't think I said that live. Oh well. But there's also a magic 8-ball. There's a magic 8-ball that I did. I think that's live. In the bot. I think it's 8-ball. I could be wrong. Just watch, I'm completely wrong. Maybe I don't have that live yet. Basically, I made a magic 8-ball. Oh, it did respond. Okay. It says, yeah. That was not one of the responses I gave the 8-ball. Okay. I rewrote the 8-ball responses to all be Lord of the Rings references. So you can ask it a question, like you would ask of a magic 8-ball, and it will give you a yes, no, maybe, come back later. But it's all Tolkien references. Because I'm a geek. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that you've been able to work on your essay. Chill vibes. I don't tend to get too crazy. Everyone thinks that I'm gonna be like super hype all the time because of the way that I speak on my TikTok videos. I'm relatively chill. I work myself up before I do my videos. Oh yeah. The geekiness is on a whole other level with me. I'm okay with that. It's just the way I am. Yeah, I'm reserving judgment. I'm reserving judgment on the whole Celebrimbor thing until I see what they do with it, because I don't know how they're going to handle Anatar. And as much as we want, you know, hot actors all around, I think hotness is very subjective as well. That's like when you watch Lord of the Rings. People who are attracted to Legolas versus people who are attracted to Boromir, Aragorn. People who are attracted to Theoden. Like, different types. And I think by saying this part should be played by an actor of X level of hotness, it cuts out a lot of really great actors from the running, when they should have a fair shot at it too. Because what's more sexy than seeing someone's sexy bod on screen is it's an energy. It's an energy that someone brings to a role. And I think that's more what we want to see. We need to see that energy. Especially from whoever plays Sauron. Sauron has to have that energy. Sauron has to be the person that if someone goes up to him and says, I want to take you home with me, he'd be like, get on your knees and prove it. And that would make everyone go up. And they'd either be like, yes, daddy. Or they'd be like, I was not expecting that. But it's a vibe, okay? Like, it's a whole vibe. Being commanding and having that innate allure, whether it's sexual or not, is something that we need to see for Sauron. Like, even if something that obvious does not happen, the actor needs to take that energy and bring it into everything that they're doing. Because the whole point of Sauron in the Second Age, when he goes amongst the elves, is hardcore seduction. But not just seduction in a sexual way. It is like winning hearts and minds, like true full seduction. He doesn't just want your bodies, he wants your spirit and your soul too, so that you will do his bidding when he tells you what to do. That is a whole different vibe. I would love to see a forge scene, because that's the most intimate it gets. And that's just my opinion. When we are talking about Sauron as Anatar and Celebrimbor creating together. Yeah, plus 100 to charisma, exactly. When we are talking about them in the forge creating something together, that is the most personal thing that they would ever do with each other. I would say that that even trumps, like, physical union, because that's a meeting of the essences of their spirits when they are creating together. That's like making a baby, except that baby happens to be an art project rather than an elf, okay? But it's the same concept. Truly, for the elves, it's the same concept. They put parts of their spirit into their works of art. And Celebrimbor is a perfect example of that. Celebrimbor and Feanor are both canonically people who did that. And so being present during that process would, number one, be stunning visually to watch. Seeing how they would visually represent that would be so exciting for me. But also, Anatar being involved in that is as personal as it could get. Like, that's letting someone into your inner sanctum. And the opportunity there, when Sauron is given that the opportunity there to seduce and work someone to his side would be absolutely irresistible to him. He'd be like, now I'm in. And I don't mean that in a sexual way. I mean that, like, you literally just let me into your soul right now. And what am I gonna do with that? And all sorts of nefarious things could happen. But that's the kind of characterization we need. And having a scene where that happens, even if it does go sexual, whether or not it does, you would see it would progress the plot. So it would be sex with purpose, sex with plot, which is always what I push for. I think gratuitous sex is just gratuitous and there's no reason behind it. If it's just there for shock value, you shouldn't put it in. But if we have a scene where Sauron is finally let in to Celebrimbor in the artistic sense, in the spiritual sense, in the physical sense, then that furthers the plot in a visual way that would be absolutely undeniable. And so, yes, please, give me that. Thank you. If it goes sexual, the fandom will explode in a couple ways. You're not wrong. That's absolutely accurate. I will lose my shit if they do that. I will be so happy. And it does not matter. The attractiveness of the actors at that point does not matter. It helps, but ultimately that's not the point. Because we're talking about the spirits, not necessarily just the physical bodies. So yeah. Sauron making someone powerful like Celebrimbor go to his knees, even if it fades to black, that would be very powerful. And honestly, getting into the psyche of Celebrimbor as an individual, having been through so much trauma and having so much on his shoulders, being put in a position where he has a mentor, and, like, he's king of his realm, like, he's lord of his realm, he is the one that has all of the responsibility ultimately. He is the one leading these people in this artistic endeavor to be the greatest smiths in the entire world. That's a lot of a burden for him to carry, especially after having gone through so much trauma. You know, the fall of Gondolin, the kinslayings, knowing that his family is, like, solely responsible for the entire doom of the Noldor. There's a lot of trauma there. And, gosh, am I still live? It says I'm still live, but now my chatbot is going weird. Okay, I think we're reconnected. Cool. Hopefully I didn't just blip there. What was I saying? Oh, Celebrimbor being an individual who has so much riding on him, and there's a lot of pressure for him to live up to his family name, but also redeem his family in his own way, because the Feanorians were not the best. And he is the last surviving Feanorian. So there's a lot of pressure on him, and so putting him in a situation where he has a mentor, he has someone that he can let go around, someone that he can let someone else for once take charge. Whether it is sexual or not, sexual is always great, but whether it's sexual or not, having him give in and give that control to someone he trusts, like he ends up trusting Anatar, that alone would be very intense and very fun to watch. You know, seeing how badly he wants to surrender to someone. The deception of Anatar, and later Celebrimbor will see the betrayal of Anatar. It will be intense, absolutely. I'm just hoping they give it some nuance. I'm hoping that they... Honestly, what I really want to see is not just the effect it has on Celebrimbor, because we know what effect it has on him. I want to see what effect it has on Anatar. I would love for them to give it more nuance than just, it's all an act, he's going to betray him, Sauron is evil, period. I really, really hope that they take it further than that, and they show that the sharing of that space, of that spiritual, creative space that he does with Celebrimbor, goes both ways. Celebrimbor then sees a part of his spirit that maybe he hasn't let anybody see in a very long time, because he is going to keep his cards very close to his chest. Absolutely, absolutely humanize Sauron. Absolutely. No, that is 100. I'm wearing my Team Anatar shirt. Literally, that's what my shirt says. Team Anatar. Because I feel that we have the opportunity here. We being a vague royal we of the writers. We have the opportunity to portray Sauron as more three-dimensional than just evil for evil's sake. And I feel that the series really rides on the fact of, like, how good of a bad guy can we create. And you can't just have a two-dimensional bad guy. It works for Lord of the Rings because he's not really present. But in the Second Age, he is physically present and doing stuff. And so you need to give him nuance, or else it's just, well, he's evil. If you really want to take people on a ride, and if you really want to throw people off a little bit and wonder, wait, like, we know how this is going to end, right? Or are they going to completely depart from it? Give people that uncertainty. Show Anatar catching feels. That something about Celebrimbor gets to a part of him that nothing else has before. He has the plan, he is executing the plan, but show the inner conflict. Show it torturing him. The knowledge that he has to betray Celebrimbor, and the desperation of not wanting to, or knowing that when he does, he needs to have worked Celebrimbor down to the point that Celebrimbor will go rogue. That Celebrimbor will follow him. So it's not just a deception, it's also I need to make this guy love me because I can't bear the thought of losing him when I betray him. Sauron could have been the greatest of the Maiar. It's stated in the books. If they put duality into Sauron, it will make the series 100 times better.
Hi, kitten. Come here. Come here, kitten.
Yes, my good girl.
Don't know if you can hear the purring, but she's purring.
This is Alana. She is a dilute tortie. I always picture Sauron in cat form as being a full tortie, like black and orange, like smoldering coals. That visual seems really apt for Sauron. Good girl. Hinky kitten. Please don't press the buttons on the keyboard. We never know what's going to happen when she does that. Yeah, you're such a good girl. Everyone's like, you know that's not gonna happen, Kris. I can hope. And I can be super freaking vocal when it doesn't happen. Because I'm gonna make that criticism. I'm gonna be so loud. I'm gonna be so loud about the opportunity wasted. And not just what it would mean for the queer community, because it's still problematic. We're still talking about a queer character who is the ultimate bad guy in the series, and that plays into tropes that are problematic. But give us something more. Yeah, if they put the duality, the hatred and evilness on one side, and the love he ends up feeling for Celebrimbor, being so broken because of that duality, and the ultimate bad side winning, it makes things worse. It makes things more dramatic. This is something that, number one, I'm really passionate about just because, but also this is the depth of personality that my partner and I developed for Sauron's character over the last decade of playing with the character. Okay? So, like, I'm really passionate about this because I've taken the freaking time to really dive deep into the psyche of evil as it is presented in Sauron and Melkor. It's totally what I do. How would I feel if they don't explore queer Sauron? I'll feel like it's an opportunity wasted. It will be an opportunity wasted. It really will. Because there are so few, like, really clearly written queer-coded characters. Celebrimbor and Anatar are one of them. Frodo and Sam are another. The actual characters, that the way that they read and the interactions that are canonical, the number of characters that pair off in a way that is queer-coded, whether Tolkien wanted it to be that way or not is irrelevant. The intention versus the reality. There's a difference. But the reality of the queer coding is super obvious in very few character interactions. Thank you. I was going to mention them too. Turin Turambar and Beleg Cuthalion. That's another one that is, like, Beleg loves him. It is canonical that Beleg loves Turin, and he would do anything for that man. And that's yet another tragic story. Why is it always the gays that die? Why is it always the gays that die? Seriously. But very, very few are, like, really clearly queer-coded. Turin and Beleg are one. Sauron and Anatar and Celebrimbor are one. And then Frodo and Sam are one. Though Frodo and Sam, I lean towards it still being a queer relationship, but being an asexual queer relationship, being an intellectual relationship. They are physical, but it doesn't go into the realm of sexuality, and it doesn't have to. It's still perfectly valid as a queer relationship without that. So people who are like, oh yeah, they're banging. I'm like, not necessarily, but that doesn't make it less valid. Whether they bang or not, Frodo and Sam are definitely an item. So yeah, if they choose to completely ignore the queer coding as it already exists for these particular two characters, for Anatar and Celebrimbor, I feel like that's a damn shame. It's truly a damn shame. And just honestly, it's time for that part of the fandom to be legitimized. Slash has been the driving force of the Tolkien fandom for decades. There's a reason Library of Moria and AO3 became a freaking thing. AO3 is huge, like beyond huge now, but in its infancy, it was used a lot for Tolkien queer fiction. Banging does not make a relationship. Yeah. The sexual component is a component. It is not the end-all be-all of every relationship. I think seeing some variance in that would also be a good thing. Which is why I don't push for Frodo and Sam to be physical, like more physical than they already are canonically. Sam gets a wife and has children. Oh yeah. But that's what polyamory is for. That's literally how it works out. Because, like, Sam's like, I love Rosie, I don't know what to do. And Frodo's like, Sam, how easy that is. Like, literally what he says is, Sam, oh, how easy. How simple. Marry Rosie and then both of you live with me. That's polyamory. That's the, you can have both. You don't have to choose between me and Rosie. You can have Rosie. And we can still be what we already are. Nothing has to change. And if Rosie loves you, she will accept that about you. And Rosie does. And they live in Bag End with Frodo until Frodo leaves. It's a perfect example of a polyamorous V relationship, with Sam being the one who's connected to both. I'm passionate about this too because that was my relationship with my partner. My partner was married. I'm still friends with her husband. He was my roomie. We knew of each other, we approved of each other, we banged heads every so often, but Sandra was that crux of the V. And once Sandra was gone, I was not connected to him. I did not have a relationship directly with him. Always thought Frodo was gay. Very well could be. I always, not always, but as I grew in my own understanding of sexuality and gender identity and such, I always perceived Frodo at that point as being on the ace spectrum somewhere. Either he's not getting physical until he's like really in it with somebody, which would be some flavor of demi, right? Or he's just ace. That being physical and having cuddles and maybe some kisses every so often is all he really wants out of it. And that would be perfectly valid. But he definitely loves Sam. He loves Sam so much. And that would, in essence, make him gay, whether he takes it to a physical level or not. The attraction is there for his male friend. So. I could go on and on. You guys don't need to push me. It's already 4.5 hours in. Yes, and there is a Band of Brothers element too. Yes, absolutely, with the hobbits. And also with various other sects of men in battle throughout the various books. That Frodo and Sam are based on Tolkien's relationship with the guys who saved his life in the war. Very much. That is... Yeah, we can have best friends that don't need labels. Absolutely. It's like we try and put people in the boxes, right? And ultimately, we don't need to. It's very clear that Frodo and Sam have a deep, abiding friendship and relationship, whether it's sexual or not. But it's valid, it's there, and it doesn't go away. It doesn't go away when Sam marries Rosie. They end up living with Frodo. Like, Frodo is an accepted part of this relationship by all parties. Right, the House of Healing scenes in Rivendell, exactly. Where Ian McKellen pulled Sean Astin aside and said, make sure when you go into that room and you see Frodo's awake that you take his hand, because it's in the book and that is coded and it will connect to people in a way that you might not understand, but is completely valid and is completely necessary. Like, people like Ian McKellen wanted to see that, because in its own tiny little small queer-coded way, that gave legitimacy to the sense of closeness and the love that is shared between two guys on screen. That it didn't have to be sexual, but it had to be there. And it had to be there because Tolkien wrote it there. We only see a relationship of one person devoted to another in a war. That's fair. That's fair, that not all relationships are equally shared by both parties. That's totally fair. You know, Sam loves Frodo. Like, we see that in many different ways throughout the books. Like, he's absolutely devoted to Frodo. And saves him quite literally. And how much does Frodo actually return that affection? We don't know. There are certain, there are cues here and there that he very much cares for Sam in return. But that also then, can also get into a discussion about aceness. What is our ability as ace people? And it's a spectrum, so there's no real answer here. There's no right or wrong answer here. Of, how do we express our love when physicality is not in the equation? Or is, gated, shall we say. That there are certain things that must be met before we end up being physical, right? And for different people in different parts of the ace spectrum, it's going to be completely different. I personally identify as an egosexual, which means it's not about me, and I don't want it to be about me. When it starts being about me, I get uncomfy. So that's why I love it. It's the theory, right? The theory of talking about sex doesn't bother me at all. I'm not averse to it at all. But if you put me personally in a situation in real life, I get uncomfortable very, very quickly. The concept is great. I love it. I've written queer fiction for years. I've written queer fiction about Celebrimbor and Anatar specifically for years. But you get me in an actual real life situation, it's a completely different story. It's a unique place to be coming from, and most people will not inherently understand it, and that's okay. But I was never physical with my partner. We never even French kissed, and I was with her for 12 years. And I loved her dearly, but we did not go there. And it doesn't mean that what we had was any less. We wrote fiction. Fiction was our proxy, because she wasn't comfortable in her body, being a larger woman. She had a lot of trauma, and she had a lot of body dysphoria. And I have gender dysphoria, so me being in physical situations makes me super uncomfortable because I have to actually acknowledge that my body is not the way I feel like it should be. Yay. So because of that, fiction was our proxy, and it was super intimate for us, and our characters were blinking like bunnies, okay? Like, they were all over each other. So the love was there. It just manifested very differently for us. It totally depends on the person. Absolutely. It's totally true. Please be your best friend. Hi! But no, like, that's how we expressed ourselves, and I'm super open about that, because I don't want people to feel like there's a stigma. There shouldn't be. Because everyone does relationships differently, and all of it is valid. As long as you are being respectful, as long as you are communicating, and as long as the love is there. That's all that's necessary. The rest is just how you're icing and decorating the cake, right? Some would rather eat cake. It's like the whole metaphor for aceness in general. Hello! You're catching the very end of the stream. I'm about to call it to a close. If you guys are on TikTok, please take a moment to go to the link in my bio, head over to my YouTube channel and subscribe there, so you will get notified when I go live, but you'll be able to hear all the voice effects, see all of the illustrations from whatever I'm reading. Like, please support me over there. Watching my streams over on YouTube really helps my numbers. It will help me get to the point where I can have AdSense again and actually make money making my content. Because TikTok, I think I've made a grand total of about $50 over the last year. So it does not pay the bills. Oof. Thunk. But I appreciate that. Please, YouTube, link in bio, thank you. But yeah, so I am super passionate about specifically Celebrimbor and Anatar because I've had way too much time to play around with those characters and really dive deep into the motivations and the potential for drama and suspense and, like, relationship dynamics. You could really make something out of that. My one hope, and I would have to do more research on this person, the reason I still have hope that any of that might make it into the show, the reason I have hope... Oh, I just realized I forgot to turn the music back down. Whoops. It's kind of been loud for you guys. Oopsie. Sorry. But the reason that I still have hope is that one of the writers worked on the show Hannibal. And if you have not seen the show Hannibal, be forewarned, it is super graphic on the blood, guts, and gore side of things. We are talking... This is Silence of the Lambs. It is Hannibal Lecter, Hannibal the Cannibal. He as a character is fascinating, but also fucking frightening. and there's a lot that happens there. Yeah, please do. Please come on over. But there is a lot that happens in Hannibal that is queer-coded. And there is a... It's been a vibe. There is an entire tension that is portrayed throughout the first, like, season and a half, and also at the very end of the third season. The show was only 3 seasons long, it got canceled. But really, it played out its storyline and it was done, and it was good that it was done when it was. But there is tension between the two main characters. There's a huge amount of tension between Hannibal and Will Graham, who's the main character that we sort of follow. He's the audience avatar, right? But he is a person who is highly empathic in the way that he can go into a crime scene, put himself in the killer's shoes, and just sort of step back and see the entire scene happen in his mind, because he can put himself in that space. But doing that around an actual serial killer like Hannibal, it puts him in a really dark place, and there's all this push and pull between their characters of, who's deceiving whom, and there's so much tension and obvious desire on both of their parts to have this companionship. And, for Hannibal, having someone turn dark just so that he will not be alone. It's deeply poignant, and it's very queer-coded. And if we can get even a fraction of that into this show with specifically Celebrimbor and Anatar, then I feel like there's a tiny bit of hope, because one of the writers worked on Hannibal. And Hannibal had an entire vibe going. And Hannibal as a character was the perfect written by a female bad guy. He's appealing. He has charisma. He's manipulative. He's almost universally desired by the people around him. He is super deadly, he is dark, but he is the person who will find a way to sneakily undo you and unalive you. Because it's how he functions. He's not going to be super obvious. He's not going to spring into a fray with guns blazing. It's not in his character. But that is what is normally designated as a feminine quality, the femme fatale, right? But in the case of Hannibal, Mikkelsen. Yes. Yes. Word of warning, if you end up watching Hannibal, if anybody ends up watching Hannibal, be warned that the first season and a half is like a season. And then the second half of season 2 goes off the fucking rails. And I didn't really care for it, honestly. They went a completely different direction. It didn't make sense, but it all comes together at the end of the third season. Bear with it. Bear with it is what I'm saying. You might be tempted to quit around, the end of the second season, because you're gonna go, what the fuck is this all about? What happened to the dynamic that was in the first season? You'll have questions, and they won't necessarily be answered, but it is... Watching all 3 seasons is worth it. Even though you'll probably be on the struggle bus in the second season and, early third season. Give it a chance is all I'm saying. But the first 1.5 seasons, fantastic. Fantastic. The ins and outs and all of the deception and all of the covering your tracks really well. But like I was saying, these are all, they're considered feminine qualities, which is why Mads Mikkelsen did such a good job with the character. It's he's the bad guy, and yet you just can't help but be attracted to the guy. That's the vibe we need with Anatar. Something's off about him, but he does such a good job of manipulating you to his side that just... yeah, absolutely. Nordic noir. Agreed. But yes, so there is a very particular vibe to Hannibal as a character that I would love if they brought that to Anatar. So I know the writer that they brought in from the Hannibal team is female, but I don't know what section of the show she specifically worked on. I would need to look that up. But very excited And that's the reason I have hope. That's the reason I have hope for the coding of Celebrimbor and Anatar. So, allow me to have my hope until it gets utterly dashed by reality, okay? Yeah, I lost interest at the end of season 2 of Hannibal. I really lost interest. I actually never finished it while my partner was still alive. We watched it together. And we hit the end of season 2 and just lost interest, and we didn't go back to it. I went back and I rewatched the first 2 seasons after she had passed, and then I completed it. I watched season 3 and completed it. And I felt a little bad because I was like, we should have stuck with it. We should have stuck with it just to see the ending. Even though it's not the most satisfying of endings, it's still... it fits the characters, okay? That's all I'll say, because you guys obviously haven't seen it either. Stick with it. It's worth it. But I think that's what I'm gonna end on, and like that's why I have hope, is because there is a writer from Hannibal on the team for the Amazon Prime show. And if they pulled anything from Hannibal, I hope it would be that dynamic, that vibe to the bad guy, because you have to have a nuanced bad guy if you want your seasons to run smoothly. You have to have someone who's intriguing enough to take the audience on a journey. It's not just about the protagonists, of which we are going to have a lot. The only character that is in common with all of these plots is Sauron. So we need to have a Sauron that people are actually, you know, like, we want him to fail. Like, we know he kind of wins, but we want him to... we want to watch that journey. You gotta take us on the journey with Sauron, or else the entire series is gonna feel disjointed. So, that's my hope. I'm sticking with it. And we just have to wait and see. But we'll see what they do with the trailer tomorrow. I'm excited about that. If I don't go live tomorrow, I think I will, but if I don't, I will go live on Monday. Probably a solo stream, and then later in the evening I plan on being on a group stream with Don Marshall again. Going bonkers over details. Because duh. So everybody, please take care. Thank you for sticking with me. One more last honor the Vala of Water, hydrate. But thank you guys for sticking with me. It's been another long stream, always enjoyable. Thank you. Glad you like the hair. Yeah, it's nice. I'm happy with it. Oop. Kitty ears. But yes, I'm very happy with my hair. Oh yeah, it's fair if you watch the game. If you're a football fan, enjoy the game, okay? Enjoy the game. I have no thoughts or opinions when it comes to Rams versus Bengals. I thought it was cool that the Bengals, after having a freaking terrible season like the last couple years, have made it all the way to the Super Bowl this time. I love a good underdog story. So I hope they do well. I hope the Rams play well too. I'm a terrible person to take to a sporting event. I root for everyone. I'm like, do good. Do well. I root for every team. I root for everyone from all the different countries in the Olympics. Like, I'm thrilled for whoever wins. And I'm thrilled for whoever, you know, makes that step toward their goal. And I'm devastated for everyone who doesn't. I'm no fun at all. Hey, cool. I'll appreciate it if you end up tuning in, if I end up going live. We shall see. I'm gonna try and at least get my reaction on video. Not live, but on video. I know they're doing a live stream. I don't know how they got permission to do that. But I know they're doing a live stream for Fellowship of Fans, and Nerd of the Rings is going to be on there, and just a bunch of people are involved in that. But I'm not in that in-group. Maybe someday. But I'm just going to try and get my reaction, and I don't even know if I'll complete watching the Super Bowl after that, or if I'll just be too hyped by the trailer to focus on anything else. Excuse me. But everyone, please take care. Enjoy the game. And now I have the hiccups. Oh my gosh, really? Can't I say goodbye first? Okay, hiccups gone. But everyone take care. Enjoy the game if you're going to watch it. Hopefully, if you do end up watching it, you see the trailer, get hyped. There will be tons of discussion surrounding it after the fact, I am sure. So, the hashtag on my shirt is Team Anatar. So this is like Team Sauron. I have team shirts available on my website for all of the major realms in the Second Age, and then I have a Team Telpe, which is the nickname for Celebrimbor, taken from his Quenya name, which is Telperenguar. So Telpe is his nickname. It's like the shortened version of his Quenya name. I have a Team Telpe shirt and I have a Team Anatar shirt. So today, I seem to have a good intuition on what shirt to wear which day. Because I made the video about the Doors of Durin talking about Celebrimbor and I was wearing the Team Telpe shirt. But yeah, they're all available on my website if you're curious. Have fun with that. They're either on the all Elvish, the Elvish only shirt section, or I think I have a team section for the shirts. I think I have a team section. But yeah, elfboy.com, elf-boi.com. Enjoy that if you check it out. I will see you guys next time. Next week we'll hit Baron and Luthien. If I don't see you guys tomorrow, I will see you on Monday for some live stream goodness following the trailer. So take care, everyone. I'll see you guys next time. Bye! I'm saying bye before you guys rope me into another discussion. Bye.